Hopefully that is not too loud. Alright. Hello everybody, I'm here. Sorry it took a little bit longer. Some things just kept taking up more precedence, but I'm here now. I'm a little bit sleepy right now. But, I know I said this at the beginning of the last stream, but happy Pride. Hope it's been going well. Hope it's been going well. I know it's only been a week, but everything can change. Man, today is not a day to be a woman. And I'm not saying that because anything bad happened, it's just that, you know, my period is here again. And thus it's kind of hurting me a little bit. But I can grin and bear it like I always do. I feel like, man, I started getting stuff done earlier today. A little bit earlier today, just by like a couple minutes. But hey, earlier the better. Especially considering that, because I will say, I don't know how long this stream is gonna be. I mean, to be fair, good evening! Hope you're having a good day so far. Hopefully, because, okay, so, obviously we have a different game to do tonight, which is called Amelie. It's another game from 2.5 Studios. I think this one actually came out before Start Again. I could be misremembering, though. But I remember it not being as long as Start Again, so we should have it done within tonight's stream. Speaking of which, if you didn't see my announcement that I made on Friday, you might be wondering, Airi, I thought you said this wasn't going to be until Friday, which is the 26th, and it's like, that's what I thought too. However, I got corrected literally, like, on Wednesday night. That, because I thought something was going to be happening tonight, right? Basically around this time too. I thought something was going to be happening tonight, and that's why I couldn't stream tonight. However, it turns out I got my times wrong. Instead, it happened yesterday night at the same hour of 8. So I was like, oh, okay. So I made the announcement on Friday that's like, oh, I'm going to be moving the stream up from the 26th to the 21st, since, you know, I mean, what does it matter? It's only been, I mean, what does it matter? It's only like a difference of like a few days, and technically an hour, since I said that the Friday night stream was going to be an hour later, but it's whatever. But yeah, so that's what happened. As I said, I don't think this stream is going to be as long as the last one. I don't think, anyway. But we'll see. I mean, hey, at the very least, I know for a fact that this game doesn't have puzzles. I know for a fact that this game doesn't have puzzles. At least I don't think. There's multiple choices, but I mean, that's what you get for a visual novel. You just... but yeah, as far as I'm aware, as far as I remember, it doesn't have puzzles. Now, the next game we're going to be conquering after, that I don't know anything about! So that's going to be fun! Anyway, I keep picking music. Because here's the thing, I know a little bit... I actually don't remember a lot of this game either. Which is weird, considering. But it is crazy that, like, both this game and Amelie and Start Again both have to deal with time shenanigans, and it's like, we can't get away from it. We can't get away from it. I mean, that's why I've been playing, Explorer's remix music, remixes of Explorer's music, because, you know, gotta get something. But, yeah, so, that's good. Trying to think if there's anything else to cover. I don't think so. Again, it's only been a week since I last streamed, and quite honestly, nothing has happened. But, I do know I have my water with me, so there's that. I don't think there's anything else to cover, so I think, we should just head into the game, right? Alright, say goodbye to Firefox. We'll see it in a little bit. There we go. Do. Chat. There we go. Okay. Let me get the game loaded up. I will say, when I booted up this game last night just to make sure everything was working correctly, I did we're actually not going to have as much of a hard time with the menu. At least I think. That we did with Start Again, where it's still so funny that, like, Start Again's main menu literally caused my internet to, like, have a blip. It's just like, how the fuck did that happen? It's like, how did that happen? Like, I know I didn't do anything. But yeah, I did see that the main menu for this, for Amelie is not going to be as, I guess, like, intensive? I mean, what controls the whole encoding thing? Like, is it RAM? It's probably RAM, because I hear a lot of streamers talk about RAM when it comes to, encoding stuff. And, I mean, listen, this computer is about a decade old at this point. Like, I think it's pretty safe to say that this computer is probably not optimized for streaming. But listen, I work with what I got. I've been working with what I've got for almost a decade at this point. All right, get Steam out of here. There we go. I will say the desktop icon for Amelie is it's a lot pretty. It's a lot more aesthetically pleasing to me than Start Again's. I know that's like a weird thing to mention, but I tend to pay attention to things like that, where it's like, you know, considering that my desktop is the first and last thing I see in the day of my PC. Okay, move the game window. There. Wow, that is loud. Okay. Let me turn down the volume on my end. Okay. Get the game up on here. Alright, so we're not getting any... So yeah, you see here, it's not as intensive as Start Again. You just have this little moving around thing here, right? And I'm not getting any kind of encoding overload whatsoever. So that should tell you right there that, like, oh yeah, this game is good. Let me get the chat up. I will say, we have a lot more creepy music for this game than we did for Start Again. Speaking of which, I still need to go... I need to see if I can dive into the game files for Start Again and see if I could maybe get to the soundtrack? Maybe. Like, I don't know. God, we got some creepy piano. Okay, let me turn down the music again. But yeah, it's interesting that this is pretty much like the same UI for Start Again. I mean, well, I wonder if this is gonna be like, I wonder if this is gonna be the same as for Dreambound and the Divine Speaker, because I'm trying to remember. because I think this is pretty similar to A Date with Death, but I think A Date with Death had it a little bit differently. Anyway, as I said, I don't remember much about this game. I just know that we're dealing with time stuff again. Because we... I'm sorry. I'm just laughing because it's like... how many times am I gonna... Like, how many times this year am I gonna be playing games where we have some time fuckery? But, oh man, I just lost my train of thought. I swear, I wish I didn't have ADHD sometimes. Anyway, but as I said, yeah, I know there's time fuckery about. There is also a little bit of horror, quote unquote. At least I think it's horror. There might be some suspense in there as well, but this is meant to be a sapphic visual novel. Anyway, but yeah, we also have our autosaves and quick saves. So, I say let's just get started. Ah, okay. Alright, so these are our protagonists, I guess, but we're only allowed to play Amelie. Where lies your future? I think if I remember right, these numbers at the bottom here correlate to... What is it? Is it endings or scenes? Like CGs. But yeah, so we have Amelie, Sophia, and Lilica. Well, we can only play one for now. So, let's do her. Watch this be the encoding overload! Okay. God, do I even have enough girl voices? I should. The rain never seems to cease at this time of the year. It pours from the sky in its unending grief, as if longing for something unseen. Thunder roared in the distance. Enough so to make the young woman flinch, but not enough to make her waver. The pendulum clock on the wall swung back and forth, ticking down the time. Okay. Just checking to make sure the game's running fine. Seems like it.
She seems to be late. Perhaps she is not coming after all, Amelie. There is no need to make such a sullen face. Mayhaps this is for the best. She wrote that she would be here, so I shall wait.
The young lady named Amelie sat upright on the lounge that rested by the entryway. Her back was straight, and her head was level.
Do you truly believe it's safe to have visitors during the outbreak? Lilica, I believe we've been isolated long enough, and Sophia has written that it is safe. I trust her word. She would not endanger us. And if your pen pal turns out to be a robber in disguise, what then?
Amelie smiled.
She has a way with words that only a woman could have.
That's gay.
A lady robber, then. Nonsense. By the way, Lilica, have you seen my letters?
I can't say that I have. A knock sounded at the door, instantly halting their conversation. Amelie rose from her place and took a steady step forward before Lilica raised a hand to her.
Allow me.
The door groaned as it slowly swung open and revealed the young woman who knocked at the door. She was drenched from head to toe. Amelie stood stock still, unsure of what to say. But that only lasted a moment before the woman at her door bounded forward and wrapped her arms around her.
Amelie! Sophia!
She blinked before finally allowing her arms to wrap around Sophia's back. So already we're seeing some interesting design choices here. Because we have these two girls in formal wear, which I would classify as formal wear. And then we have this girl who's instantly in, like, the most casual hoodie dress ever. Actually, that is what it's called, right? Hoodie dress? Sweatshirt dress? Sweater dress, that's what I'm thinking.
My, you're completely drenched. Did you forget your umbrella, perchance? Or perhaps her umbrella got carried away by the wind.
Lilica pushed the door shut, sealing the building.
I didn't even think to bring an umbrella. The forecast said sunny all day. My fault for believing it, I guess. I can't believe you're truly here. Me either. About time, right? You're just as pretty as I knew you'd be.
Sheesh! Wow, we're immediately starting off with the gay. Happy Pride!
And you too. But what are you wearing?
Seeing your house, I feel like I should have dressed up a little more.
No, perhaps it is I that is overdressed.
Lilica stood to the side, her arms crossed lightly over her chest. Her long hair reached down nearly to the wooden floor. Wow, she's got the Ven hair.
Pardon my manners. My dear friend Lilica is here too. I believe I wrote about her in the past.
I remember. I've kept all of your letters safe, don't worry. As you should. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out the voices here. So there's gonna be some tweaking here and there. Sorry, but is there any chance you have a towel?
Of course. My apologies. I would usually have someone here to attend to us, but everyone's been sent home. Only the three of us remain. Let me fetch you a towel.
Amelie knew not to run, yet a part of her felt the need to almost skip in joy. Excuse me. She wanted desperately to be back by Sophia's side, chatting about everything that they'd missed in their letters. The two had been pen pals for as long as she remembered. Sophia's letter had first been delivered to the manor by mistake, but for some reason Amelie had felt compelled to reply. Since then, the two had been the best of friends, even having not met face to face. To finally meet now in the flesh had certainly been of great excitement to Amelie. She quickly retrieved the towel and made her way back to Sophia's side. Lilica stood a distance away from her, still looking vaguely unhappy. Sophia spun around, a look of surprise on her face when she saw Amelie.
Sophia?
Oh, Amelie!
Please, use this.
Thanks. I'll bring an umbrella next time, I promise. Sophia lightly toweled at her hair and clothing, drying off from the rain she'd found herself caught in.
Then, if you're now dried off, would you care for a tour of the house before afternoon tea?
That sounds great.
On your right is the pantry, and down that hall is the boiler room, but you shouldn't have any need for those spaces.
The two walked side by side, with Lilica trailing slightly behind.
These are all guest bedrooms. I've prepared this one for your use. If you find anything not to your standards, you can let myself or Lilica know.
Amelie, I have a feeling your standards are much higher than mine. I've never even been in a house that looks like this.
No? Is your home not similar?
Well, it's a lot smaller.
There's no shame in that. You own your own property, yes?
Yeah, I recently bought it.
With your husband?
What? No, of course not. I'm not married.
Your father allowed you to buy property on your own?
Amelie, you speak just like how you write. I'm so surprised.
And you speak quite casually.
People usually say that about me. Being here, around you, makes me want to be more formal.
What need is there of formality between friends?
That's true too.
This is the morning room, and next door the dining room. We'll be having afternoon tea in the sitting room here.
So many rooms.
Upstairs is my bedroom and the master bedroom. I must ask that you don't enter the master bedroom, as it belongs to my parents, who are currently away.
Of course. I won't go poking around anyway.
All this walking has made me parched. Shall we take afternoon tea now?
Sure, that sounds good.
Why don't you have a seat while Lilica and I prepare our food?
Oh, I can come help.
Nonsense. You are my guest. It would be remiss of me to allow you to lift a finger.
If you insist. But I'm happy to help anytime.
Thank you. I will be back soon. Please, rest.
Amelie.
Yes?
It's nothing. Take your time. Sophia slipped through a doorway and disappeared. Amelie smiled gently, feeling giddy from the bottom of her stomach. She's got the gays, and she's got the gay butterflies in her.
Isn't this lovely, Lilica? To have a new face in the house. It feels like forever.
Yes, how lovely. I'm glad you are having fun at the very least.
Are you not?
Pouty face. I'm always having fun when we're together, Amelie.
Ah, I see. Are you jealous? Worry not, my dear friend. Of course our friendship means just as much to me. I value you greatly.
Just as much?
Indeed. Come along, Lilica. Let us prepare tea.
Did you finish the baking yesterday? The pastries are ready for serving. Wait a minute. The pastries are ready for serving.
Excellent. I'll just fetch the tea then.
Allow me. A lady of your standing shouldn't be doing such a menial task, should she?
Don't be absurd. Even Sophia herself seems to be finding the kitchen. Did you hear how she jumped to help?
I should follow in her footsteps. What would your parents think of that?
I appreciate the sentiment, but they took with them all of the staff. I have little choice but to prepare my own tea.
I see. Then shall I attend to our guest? I wouldn't want her to become lonely.
Would you? I'll only be a few moments.
Of course. Anything for you, Amelie.
It would be a good chance for you to become friends too.
I'm sure it will be. Lilica left the kitchen with slow, deliberate steps. Amelie turned back to the kitchen.
I wonder which she would prefer.
Ooh. Have our first choice here, huh? Alright, let's save. That's automatic saves. That's interesting. Was that there for start again as well, where it says empty always? It's like, That's interesting. Oolong or green tea? Well, coming from somebody who doesn't drink tea, I don't know which either of these are. But I think if I remember correctly from people, since I do watch a lot of people who actually do drink tea, I mean, these are both good options. I'm gonna go with green tea. I think if I remember correctly, green tea is is supposed to be like a good starting thing, I think. Or is it oolong? Fuck it, I'm going with green tea.
Green tea would be my first choice. I'm sure Sophia will agree. There.
Amelie retrieved her finest teapot and 3 matching cups. Pink flowers blossomed over the white surface. Something about it reminded her of Sophia.
I'm back!
Ah!
Sophia?
Oh, Amelie. I'm sorry, you scared me.
Is everything alright?
Probably not. Something happened because she is spooked. Yes, I think I'm just a little tired.
Good. I'm sorry for the delay, but I've prepared the tea and the pastries.
So, this is what a high tea looks like.
High tea will come later. This is just a simple afternoon tea.
Will Lilica be joining us?
I believe so. Was she here a moment ago?
No, she wasn't here.
How strange. She told me she was coming to sit with you. Perhaps she's gotten herself busy with something else.
All right, have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well. Should we wait?
There's no need. It would be sad to let the tea go cold.
Amelie poured tea into the 2 cups slowly, copying the movements she had seen Lilica do time and time again.
Did you have much trouble getting here?
A little. My ride broke down, so I had to walk for a bit.
Broke down? I'm extremely sorry. If the staff had been here, I would have sent someone to collect you.
It's okay. It's just a little rain.
I just wouldn't want you catching a fever. My medicine store's been running low of late.
No worries. I usually carry ibuprofen with me.
Ibuprofen? I haven't heard of it. Anyway, I'm glad you arrived here safely. I'll draw a bath for you later to make sure you are warmed up properly.
Thank you. Amelie sipped at her tea, before looking down at it with a confused expression.
A little stale. I'll ask my father to procure a new batch when he arrives home.
Where are your parents, by the way?
Well, we were separated due to the plague. They took the staff to wait until a cure is found, and left me here with Lilica to not catch the disease.
Right. I understand. I spent a lot of time separated from my family due to the pandemic too.
It warms my heart to find another thing in common with you, Sophia.
By the way, note that Amelie said the plague, and then Sophia said pandemic. Interesting, right? It's like, because obviously that's referencing COVID. And I think if I remember, and I think this game came out in 2021, so this would have been, I mean, I guess technically it would have been during the pandemic, but by the time I think this released, everybody was already acting like as if it was over.
I was surprised to hear that it's safe enough for you to visit. Perhaps that means my parents will be back soon too.
I think so. The world seems to be opening back up again. So, what do you do, locked up in this big house all the time?
Well, I usually spend my time sewing or playing music. I used to write, but... Well, my parents wondered if it was feminine enough.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. We can't be doing this. I don't really think that matters. If you enjoy it, then I say you should do it.
Sophia. Then what about you?
Well, I'm studying art at university right now, so I guess that's what I spend most of my time on.
You attend university?
Yeah, although I'm thinking about dropping out.
Sophia, you truly are filled with surprises. You own your own land and you attend school. How jealous I am.
Why don't you do the same?
Oh no, I'm not allowed.
Of course you are. Anyone can attend, within reason.
But, well, wouldn't it get in the way of my marriage?
You're engaged? Amelie shook her head.
No, not yet. But I'm already 19. I'm sure my father's prepared my dowry.
An arranged marriage?
Yes, naturally.
I don't think I'll ever get married. Girls, same.
Really? Doesn't your family object?
I don't think they really mind as long as I'm happy. You don't have to either, you know.
You've given me much to think about. Much indeed. Now, I wonder where Lilica's disappeared to. Well, it's no matter. The evening is already coming, and soon it will be dark. Shall I draw you a bath?
That sounds wonderful. To be honest, I'm not hungry, so can we skip dinner tonight?
Of course, if that's what you wish. Let me show you to the bathroom. You may not believe it, but my father had taps installed. Isn't that wonderful?
Like, taps for a bath?
That's right. We used to have our maids fill the bath, but now there's no need.
Amelie, you're so strange. I have taps in my house too.
Truly? You must live quite the lavish lifestyle yourself.
I don't know about that.
This is the bathroom. Allow me to draw the bath for you. One moment.
With haste, Amelie entered the room and began to fill the copper bath. It sat in the middle of a spacious bathroom. It was something Amelie was particularly proud of. She smiled as it filled before rejoining her companion.
Feel free to go inside and make yourself comfortable. I will return with a towel in a moment.
Thanks, Amelie. She disappeared inside the room, leaving Amelie alone in the hall.
I should light the sconces too. Where did I put those matches?
Holy shit! Holy fuck! I wasn't expecting that. Hi, Lilica! Oh! Right here.
Ah! You gave me a fright, Lilica. Where have you been?
Preparing the guest room for your dear friend, of course.
How kind. Sophia's just preparing for a bath at the moment. I'm going to retrieve a towel for her from the linen closet.
Amelie, I think it best you send her home post-haste.
What? Why would I do that?
For all you know, she brings with her the plague.
Sophia says it is now safe to travel. She believes father and mother will be returning soon. I believe it is perfectly safe.
And what if she lies?
She wouldn't do that. Sophia is a kind and good-natured person. She would not bring any She would not bring any danger to us. Did you know that Sophia attends a local university? And she lives by herself, with no husband. She says that if I wanted, I could also study.
The lady of the house should not study, Amelie. You must stay inside the house and await your parents.
But I'm sure Mother would want the best for me. Perhaps, while I await her, I could go to inspect Sophia's school.
Amelie. You must stay inside and await your parents' return.
But
don't you trust me? Have I ever tried to lead you astray?
No, Lilica. I was just thinking that perhaps it truly is beginning to be safe.
Look, I have brought today's newspaper. Do you see the title?
The plague runs rampant.
Put any notion of leaving or studying away for now, yes? As soon as it is truly safe to do so, then we shall, and you will be reunited with your family. For now, it is just you and me.
Thanks, Lilica. I'm glad you're here.
As am I.
Ah, the towel. Let me go retrieve it.
Go ahead. Don't like that. Don't like that. It's like, have I ever tried to lead you astray? Says every suspicious adult ever. Man, acting more like her mother than a friend, huh? Or even a servant. The fuck is that? The linen cupboard was filled with various towels and bedding, all clean and properly folded thanks to Lilica.
Which would suit her?
Oh, another choice. Let's go with pink.
This one. It reminds me of her eyes.
With her chosen towel in hand, Amelie returned to the bathroom door, where Lilica awaited her. She first knocked at the door, and when there was no reply, she opened it carefully. The sound of the tap running still came from inside.
Excuse me, I'm coming in. Sophia? I knocked, but I didn't hear a reply. I've brought you a towel.
Ah! Amelie first saw a slender, marble-like back. Then she noticed the blue hair that fell on those bare shoulders, one side tucked carefully behind an ear.
Oh, Sophia, please forgive me. I didn't realize you had already entered the bath.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry, you just surprised me.
I'll leave the towel over here.
Thanks. And that's when she realized she was gay. It's like, oh, she's pretty. Am I supposed to feel this way towards another girl? I don't know. Long ellipses. Did you tell her that she must depart?
No,
Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Your face is bright red.
Sophia will stay until she decides to leave.
Ew, she didn't like that. As you wish.
I'm sorry, Lilica, but...
The image of that small and beautiful back filled up Amelie's mind.
I believe it is only fair after she traveled so far, and she is my friend.
I will finish preparing the guest room.
Let me come help. Sophia, when you're done in there, you can come to your room.
From the other side of the door, Sophia's voice came in return. Okay, thanks, Amelie. That is the world's smallest bed. I mean, it's probably a twin-sized. The guest bedroom was freshly cleaned, with new linen on the bed and a lit lantern beside it.
You did a fine job of preparing the room so far. Thank you, Lilica.
Anything for you. Anything for you.
I was thinking, tomorrow, if the rain has cleared up, we could open the greenhouse again and have morning tea there. It's been so long since we last used it.
Didn't we already speak of this? You cannot leave the house.
But surely the greenhouse would be safe. No one else uses it, and it is only a few steps from the back door.
It is unsafe. You know this. What's gotten into you? Is it because of your friend? Again, sorry, it's taken me a little while to get Lilica's voice down.
I just thought it would be nice to at least sit in the sun.
Then you may sit by the window in the dining hall.
Is it really so unsafe that even taking a foot outdoors would be dangerous?
Yes.
Sophia, I see you're done with the bath.
Amelie shook her head, trying to remove the image that was still plastered to it. Of that beautiful back. Were you talking about the greenhouse?
Yes. Did you see it when you arrived?
I did, but... Excuse me. It looked as if the plants inside had died.
Oh, that's impossible. It's barely been any time at all since the gardeners left. I'm sure the plants inside are more sturdy than that.
Well, even if they have died, maybe we could go in and replant some things tomorrow.
How wonderful!
Have you not heard a word I said? It is unsafe to do so. Oh.
Oh, don't be such a spoil sport. I think it would be perfectly fine.
Anybody else getting the feeling that Lilica might be a weird, might not be a safe person to be around, maybe?
Well, it's getting late now, so I'll leave you to retire. If you need anything, my room is just upstairs on the left.
Good night, Sophia. Lilica left first. The door, which was still hanging slightly open, shifted as she went. Amelie, would you stay for a while?
Is something the matter?
Just a little homesick. Sophia sunk into the bed, sighing as her head hit the pillow.
Of course. Why don't we chat for a while?
Then come join me. Sophia gently pet the spot beside her in the bed.
In the bed? Okay.
The bed was still rather firm, unused by many guests. Amelie took a deep breath to calm her racing heart before she finally looked towards Sophia. Thanks for staying with me for a while.
It's nothing to worry about. Truly, I wanted to spend more time with you, too.
Really? You don't find me boring?
You are the most interesting person I've ever met.
Don't be silly.
I am being completely honest. You truly are so unique.
I think the same about you. I've never met anyone like you. Really.
You wrote so much about yourself, and yet seeing you in person, I fear there's still so much I don't know.
There's plenty of time for us to tell each other everything.
Then tell me something about yourself. Something you've never told anyone.
I'm partially blind in my right eye.
Really? How well can you see?
It's okay. Just a little blurry, really. You tell me something.
Well, when I was 12, I stole the cookie jar from the kitchen and blamed my brother. He was scolded for hours.
What a mischievous child. I'm sure your brother wasn't all too pleased.
Actually, it was his idea. He knew I wanted it, and told me to tell my parents it was him if I was asked.
What a good brother. Where is he now? Did he go away with your parents? Amelie shook her head.
He died when he was 16.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Amelie. What happened?
Scarlet fever, so my family was left with only me as an heir. And what worth is a female heir?
You're worth plenty. More than plenty.
Thank you, Sophia. But some days I'm unsure. It's your turn again.
Truthfully, I said before I didn't want to get married, but that's not exactly right. I do.
Oh?
I just don't want a husband. She's a lesbian. You know, we really did need, like, outright confirmation for some of these. No, for real.
Then...
I'm sorry, does it make you uncomfortable?
No. I have also thought that I don't want a husband. Whenever my father has brought it up, I felt sick to my stomach.
Ah, so they're both lesbians. How about coming away with me for a while?
Away? Outside of the house? What about the sickness?
It's okay now. You'll be okay. You could come stay at my house. I could show you around my school. You don't have to go through an arranged marriage if you don't want to.
You would do that for me?
You're my dearest friend. And... I actually... Oh. Someone didn't like the gays.
Lilica?
At some point, the two women had gotten close enough together that they could feel each other's breath on their lips. The two parted with reddened cheeks, Amelie quickly brushing her skirt off and standing up.
I should be going to bed. Please, rest well. We can talk more about it in the morning, right?
Right. Good night, Amelie. I'll see you tomorrow.
Lilica?
It is late. You should retire to your bedroom.
Yes, I shall. It's nice having someone else around, isn't it? I feel as if the manor is coming back to life. I hope we see Mother and Father soon.
I'm sure we will. Shall I see you to bed?
Yes, please.
The hallway was darkened, with only a few sconces and candles lit along the way. Usually that would fill Amelie with a sense of comfort, but right now the flickering flames seemed to make her feel distressed. Whether that was because of the way her mind was racing, or the way her heart was beating, she didn't know. As she rose up the grand staircase, her eyes lingered on a large stained glass window. The moon shone through the colored glass, leaving a rainbow of colors over the steps. It caught her attention for only a moment before she retreated to her bedroom.
Lilica, may I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Have you ever heard of a woman loving another woman, as a woman would love a man? Have you heard of the term lesbian?
Where did you hear about such a thing?
Nowhere in particular. It was just a thought that came into my mind.
I think you were overtired because of all the excitement, Amelie. I think it best you get some rest.
Yes, all right. Good night, Lilica.
Good night, Amelie.
That's creepy.
Oh boy. I'm just gonna save real quick. Yikes.
Good morning, Lilica. I was just on my way to see if Sophia has awakened yet.
Amelie. Sophia disappeared during the night. I believe she went to the same place your parents went.
What? That cannot be right.
Don't run, Amelie! Amelie dashed down the hall and knocked quickly on the door to the guest bedroom, which fell open with no resistance. Inside, the bedding was disheveled, and her luggage was strewn about.
It's not true. She wouldn't just leave without saying goodbye.
Dearie me, I'm sorry. I told you it was a bad idea for anyone to visit, didn't I?
Oh, Lilica, this isn't fair. I thought she said we would...
There. Come here. Lilica wrapped her thin arms around the young woman, gently patting her on the back. It's funny that's like, this is a lie, right? It's so funny because it's like, what do you mean that she didn't fix her bed and she didn't take her bags anywhere? What do you mean she just left without her shit? This is the opposite of like, unpack my shit and leave. Thank you, please. See, you shouldn't depend on anyone else. I'm here. I won't ever leave you. Oh, this is creepy as fuck. Amelie clutched at her back, tears already falling from her eyes. We'll be together forever. Oh, got an achievement. You and I will be together forever, right? I don't know. Sighed Amelie 1 out of 1. Together forever. Okay, so yeah, I was right. These are endings. So we're totally thinking that Lilica had something to do with it, right? like that is way too fucking suspicious, for one, and two, what is the nature of the relationship between Amelie and Lilica? It's like, because it's like Amelie says that Lilica is a friend, and yet Lilica's acting more like her mother. But then she's like, we'll be together forever. And it's like, the fuck is happening? Like, this is some weird shit. Obviously, I know the answer. I'm not going to say it. I'm just proposing these questions for my audience here. Because this is so, like, I was... like, this is some toxic Yuri shit. You know what's funny? I hear everybody talking about the toxic yaoi, and it's like, listen, I'm a little bit for it. I'm a little bit for it. But damn it, where's my toxic Yuri at? Where is that at? I feel like we don't get enough of that. Anyway, moving on to Sophia. The rain never seems to cease at this time of the year. It pours from the sky in its unending grief, as if longing for something unseen. Thunder roared in the distance, enough so to make the young woman flinch, but not enough to make her waver. The taxi gently rocked as the road turned to rubble, and the rubble turned to overgrown dirt track. Overgrown, excuse me. Outside of the window, Sophia could barely see a few feet away through the raging storm. It made her feel uneasy. In her lap, a letter. She read the words again, despite knowing them off by heart.
Dear Sophia, how glad I am to hear that you are well. I am healthy, although I believe I may have a problem of the heart. It has gotten quite lonely waiting here for my parents to return. I am thankful to have Lilica residing with me, but I still await the day where my family will be reunited. But you say that it is safe enough for you to visit. Truly. I have never even dared to dream of being able to see you in the flesh. If it is true, then I will await you at the address written on the back of this letter. Yours, Amelie.
You sure you have the address right? We're in the middle of nowhere. Sophia stared at the fragile handwritten address that Amelie had left her, had trusted to her. Yes, this is the right way. I'm sure of it. Her heart wouldn't settle. Meeting what could be a stranger in the middle of nowhere on a day like this. Sounds like the opening of a horror novel. Who wouldn't be nervous? Yet there was something else. Eagerness, a thrill, something beyond mere nerves that turned into excitement. She could barely imagine the hand that had penned the letters she had been receiving for years on end, let alone a face. But for some reason, her heart still beat hard when reading the words that the mysterious young lady of 19, from a manor far out in the middle of nowhere, wrote to her. Desperate to calm her jitters, she pulled out her phone, looking to send her worried family one last message of reassurance, only to find that it wouldn't switch on. I'm sure it was fully charged. The rain was falling even more heavily now. In the distance, a building sprang into view. It was surrounded by a tall metal fence, with an ornate gate firmly shut at the front. Just then, the taxi sputtered and rolled to a stop, smoke rising from the hood. What the? I had this serviced a week ago! What the fuck? Is something wrong? Sorry, miss. Looks like we're out of action.
It's okay. I think we're nearly there anyway.
Pulling the cash from her wallet, she handed over her fare and stepped out of the car. The rain bucketed down from above, soaking her to the very core. She shivered as she dashed towards the iron gate. Surprisingly, it pushed open with little effort, and not even a creak. Sophia stopped in front of the large wooden door, finally free from the seemingly never-ending downpour. From afar, that door had seemed inviting enough, but now it looked awfully large and imposing. And yet she raised her fist and knocked anyway. Silence followed. Is this not the right place after all? The door swung open, this time with a low, menacing groan. On the other side of that doorway was a fair girl with long brown hair and golden eyes. There we go. Sophia, forgetting the fact that she was soaking wet, rushed forward and embraced the girl.
Amelie! Sophia!
Amelie's gentle arms wrapped around Sophia's back in return, and finally all of Sophia's worries melted away.
My, you're completely drenched. Did you forget your umbrella, perchance? Or perhaps her umbrella got carried away by the wind.
Behind Sophia, the front door swung shut without any assistance.
I didn't even think to bring an I didn't even think to bring an umbrella. The forecast said sunny all day. My fault for believing it, I guess. I can't believe you're truly here.
Me either. About time, right? You're just as pretty as I knew you'd be.
And you too. But what are you wearing?
Seeing your house, I feel like I should have dressed up a little more.
No, perhaps it is I that is overdressed.
Sophia smiled. Somehow her dress sense seemed to fit her riding style perfectly. Old-fashioned, and yet very neat and respectable. Sophia felt a slight heat rising to her cheeks. She really was so refined and elegant.
Pardon my manners. My dear friend Lilica is here too. I believe I wrote about her in the past.
I remember. I've kept all of your letters safe, don't worry.
As you should.
Sorry, but is there any chance you have a towel?
Of course. My apologies. I would usually have someone here to attend to us, but everyone's been sent home. Only the 3 of us remain. Let me fetch you a towel.
Amelie withdrew from the hug. She was a little taller than Sophia, despite both being the same age. Sophia peered up at her from below before she disappeared down a hallway and into another room. This really is a manor. When she told me about her house, I almost didn't believe it. A layer of dust rested against the tabletop, along with a few other items. On the settee, I think that's how you pronounce it, right? The settee? On the settee, a newspaper sat open. Ooh. Let's look at the newspaper. The settee was a deep emerald green. It looked almost unused, despite its apparent age. On it rested a newspaper, open in a few pages. Sophia turned her head to read the headline, but from afar could only read the word plague. She reached across to pick up the newspaper. Behind Sophia, the window began to shake in the wind as her fingertips grazed the surface. It's so windy. Oh! She spun around just in time to see the front door fly open, and the howling wind filled the entryway. She scrambled to the door, and with great effort, shut it again. Phew! Amelie? When Sophia spun back around, the newspaper and the items on the table were all gone. Okay, that was a ghost. Dude! That was a ghost! Actually, you know what's funny? I never watched the show, but maybe I should. Does anybody know the show, what was it? The Haunting of Bly Manor, that's it. Maybe this is like that. The ghost is here to fuck with us. That was a fucking jump scare. I wasn't scared, but like...
Sophia?
Oh, Amelie.
Please, use this.
Thanks. I'll bring an umbrella next time, I promise. Sophia took the towel in her hand. It was soft, but somewhat old. She lightly dried her hair and clothes, but still found herself cold.
Then, if you're now dried off, would you care for a tour of the house before afternoon tea?
That sounds great.
On your right is the pantry, and down that hall is the boiler room. But you shouldn't have any need for those spaces.
The two walked side by side, alone in such a big manor. Interesting that, because we're in Sophia's perspective, right? And yet there's been no mention of Lilica. There's been we haven't seen her at all. But the thing is that if you'll remember, Lilica was a little bit away from Amelie and Sophia as they're doing this. So what's going on here? Why is Sophia not able to see Lilica?
These are all guest bedrooms. I have prepared this one for your use. If you find anything not to your standards, you can let myself or Lilica know.
Amelie, I have a feeling your standards are much higher than mine. I've never even been in a house that looks like this.
No? Is your home not similar?
Well, it's a lot smaller.
There's no shame in that. You own your own property, yes?
Yeah, I recently bought it.
With your husband?
What? No, of course not. I'm not married.
Your father allowed you to buy property on your own?
Amelie, you speak just like how you write. I'm so surprised.
And you speak quite casually.
People usually say that about me. being here around you makes me want to be more formal.
What need is there of formality between friends?
That's true too.
This is the morning room, and next door the dining room. We'll be having afternoon tea in the sitting room here.
So many rooms.
Upstairs is my bedroom and the master bedroom. I must ask that you don't enter the master bedroom, as it belongs to my parents, who are currently away.
From the landing below, Sophia could see the door to the master bedroom. For some reason, her eyes were glued to it. Oh, not the creepy music box!
Come inside. Come open the door. We're waiting for you.
Of course. I won't go poking around anyway. Sophia shook her head, and time seemed to resume around her.
All this walking has made me parched. Shall we take afternoon tea now?
Sure, that sounds good.
Why don't you have a seat while Lilica and I prepare our food?
Oh, I can come help. Oh, defy your fate.
Nonsense. You are my guest. It would be remiss of me to allow you to lift a finger.
We are gonna save here. Sure, let's defy our fate. If you insist, but I'm happy to help anytime.
Thank you. I will be back soon. Please, rest.
Amelie.
Yes?
It's nothing. Take your time. Actually, is it okay if I ask you something?
Of course it is.
Is there someone else in the house with us?
There's no one else apart from myself, you, and Lilica.
And Lilica is...
She's just gone into the kitchen. Didn't you see her enter?
Ow. Right. My vision must be playing up.
Is something the matter?
No, it's fine. I'll wait for you inside. Yikesies. The room was spacious, and dead silent apart from Sophia's footsteps as she crossed the wooden floor. This is wooden to you? This looks like tile! Each step was deliberate and slow as her eyes searched through the room. Nothing in particular stood out. Large windows showed a glimpse of the outside world through thick curtains. The rain was still coming down hard, obscuring her view. The windows shook every now and then, but the wind had seemed to die down a little. Was that the chair? Jesus! Sounded like it's falling apart. Behind her, a chair at the dining table had been pulled out, as if it were waiting for her to sit down. Amelie? Was that you? Amelie? Her hand rested against her chest, begging her heart to calm. Or Lilica? Whether a hollow laugh sounded through the room or not, she wasn't sure. She quietly sat down in the seat that was left for her. A hollow... Are there ghosts? Is there really a ghost in this house? The table was already set, but once again she noticed a thin layer of dust on the surface. Through the silence, Sophia could hear it again. Footsteps. But this time from directly above. The master bedroom? Oh, that's a noose. In front of her very eyes, Sophia watched the scene unfold. A woman, not older than 40, removed her shoes and stepped onto the table, yet nothing was disturbed. She reached up and took hold of the noose. The rope wrapped around her neck like the finest pearl necklace. "Join me." The woman's eyes locked onto Sophia's. Her hand was outstretched, waiting to be taken. A rusty smell filled her nose, accented with the faint smell of perfume. Sophia shivered in response, her breath frosty on her lips. She reached for the hand, slowly. "Girl, what? Why would you do that? You see the noose, right?"
I'm back!
Ah!
Sophia?
Well, time to defy our fate again. Oh, Amelie. I'm sorry, you scared me.
Is everything alright?
Sophia stared at the spot the woman was only a moment ago. Both she and the noose had disappeared. Amelie,
Something is the matter, isn't it?
Did something happen within this room?
Happen? What exactly do you mean?
Did a woman with brown hair, tied into a bun, and a dark green dress ever live here?
Well, it sounds to me like you're describing my mother.
I think your mother is haunting this mansion. Your mother?
Yes, she's just as you described. But you couldn't have seen her here. She's still away.
Right.
Let me pour us tea before it gets cold.
Will Lilica be joining us?
I believe so. Was she here a moment ago?
No, she wasn't here.
How strange. She told me she was coming to sit with you. Perhaps she's gotten herself busy with something else.
Should we wait?
There's no need. It would be sad to let the tea go cold.
Sophia watched as the tea filled 2 out of 3 of the cups. The third cup sat empty. For some reason, the very sight filled her with dread. She picked up the cup and brought it to her lips. It was green tea. The taste was bitter and musty. With her heart on edge, she placed the cup back down on the saucer, smiling towards Amelie.
Did you have much trouble getting here?
A little. My ride broke down, so I had to walk for a bit.
Broke down? I'm extremely sorry. If the staff had been here, I would have sent someone to collect you.
It's okay. It's just a little rain.
I just wouldn't want you catching a fever. My medicine store's been running low of late.
No worries. I usually carry ibuprofen with me.
Ibuprofen? I haven't heard of it. Anyway, I'm glad you arrived here safely. I'll draw a bath for you later to make sure you're warmed up properly.
Thank you. Amelie sipped at her tea, before looking down at it with a confused expression.
A little stale. I'll ask my father to procure a new batch when he arrives home.
Where are your parents, by the way?
Well, we were separated due to the plague. They took the staff to wait until a cure is found, and left me here with Lilica as to not catch the disease.
Right. I understand. I spent a lot of time separated from my family due to the pandemic, too.
It warms my heart to find another thing in common with you, Sophia. I was surprised to hear that it's safe enough for you to visit. Perhaps that means my parents will be back soon, too.
I think so. The world seems to be opening back up again. So, what do you do, locked up in this big house all the time?
Well, I usually spend my time sewing or playing music. I used to write, but... Well, my parents wondered if it was feminine enough.
I don't really think that matters. If you enjoy it, then I say you should do it.
Sophia. Then what about you?
Well, I'm studying art at university right now, so I guess that's what I spend most of my time on.
You attend university?
Yeah, although I'm thinking about dropping out.
Sophia, you truly are filled with surprises. You own your own land and you attend school? How jealous I am.
Oh, why don't you do the same?
Oh no, I'm not allowed.
Of course you are. Anyone can attend, within reason.
But, well, wouldn't it get in the way of my marriage?
You're engaged? Amelie shook her head.
No, not yet, but I'm already 19. I'm sure my father's prepared my dowry.
An arranged marriage?
Yes, naturally.
I don't think I'll ever get married.
Really? Doesn't your family object?
I don't think they really mind as long as I'm happy. You don't have to either, you know?
You've given me much to think about. Much indeed. Now, I wonder where Lilica's disappeared to. Well, it's no matter. The evening is already coming, and soon it will be dark. Shall I draw you a bath?
That sounds wonderful. To be honest, I'm not hungry, so can we skip dinner tonight?
Of course, if that's what you wish. Let me show you to the bathroom.
Before she left the room, Sophia took one last look back at where that noose once hung. To be fair, I mean, you know what's funny is like I saved at the two of the defy your fate moments, but it's also like I'm pretty sure that like I'm pretty sure that if I were to go back and replay those, it's probably just going to progress the same way as it did in the Amelie route, so.
You may not believe it, but my father had taps installed. Isn't that wonderful?
Like, taps for a bath?
That's right. We used to have our maids fill the bath, but now there's no need.
Amelie, you're so strange. I have taps at my house too.
Truly? You must live quite the lavish lifestyle yourself.
I don't know about that.
This is the bathroom. Allow me to draw the bath for you. One moment.
Alone in the hallway, Sophia peered back up at the grand staircase, past the large stained glass window, and at that dark door, shut tight. The master bedroom. A moment later, Amelie popped back out of the bathroom.
Feel free to go inside and make yourself comfortable. I will return with a towel in a moment.
Thanks, Amelie. Now we get to see what freaked her out in here. Water spewed from the rusted pipes into the steel-lined wooden bathtub. Wasn't it copper in the Amelie route? Everything else was silent. Sophia took careful steps forward and peered into the bath. All seemed normal. With a sigh, she finally let her shoulders relax. Yet in her mind, all she could see was that woman, with her outstretched hand, reaching towards her. She clutched her hand to her chest. It still shook. Sophia stumbled forward until her hands rested on either side of the washroom basin. Her fingers held on tight, until her knuckles were bone white. It's okay, Sophia. You're just tired. Her eyes traveled up to the mirror. It was embellished with a golden frame. She stared at her reflection. She was still herself. It was all a figment of her imagination. Is it though? I don't know, man. I think the ghost is here to fuck with us. Oh, I forgot to do something real quick. Boop. There we are. Uh-oh. That's when she saw it. In the mirror, standing behind her, was a young woman with long blonde hair that nearly reached down to the floor, and deep blood-red eyes. Oh, that's creepy. She didn't try to speak or make any movement. She just stared with her big dark eyes. Who? Sophia wanted to spin around, to confront the girl, but her whole body was frozen stiff. The young... I think that's a typo. I think that's supposed to be woman. The young woman finally started to move. One step at a time, maintaining eye contact through the mirror, she crept closer, closer, and closer, until Sophia swore she could feel her breath on the back of her neck. Her mouth seemed to be moving, but no words escaped her lips. Who are you? She spun around, but no one was there. The water overflowed from the tub, spilling out over the floor. Sophia rushed forward to turn off the tap, and noticed it. Oh, that's blood. The water that came from the tap was red. A dark, deep red. She hurriedly turned the tap for what felt like forever, and finally it stopped. Sophia stared at the dark liquid inside the tub. Are you kidding me? We got encoding overload for this? Alright, let's just get through this. Without thought, her hand dipped in. When she withdrew it, each finger was dyed red. Something about it captivated Sophia. She undressed one layer at a time, peeling away the still damp clothing and stepping forward and into the bathtub. She sank down, down, until everything under her shoulders was submerged in the liquid. It felt heavier than water, much heavier. As she stared directly ahead, those blood-red eyes reflected in her mind. Why not just end it here? You're scared, aren't you? Just sink down. Accept your fate. Accept it. She could no longer hear the sound of the door opening as her face sunk down into the liquid, her eyes shut.
Sophia? I knocked, but I didn't hear a reply. I've brought you a towel.
Ah! Sophia's eyes sprung open. The water was clear, and the tap was still running, causing it to overflow onto the floor once again. Wait, okay, we should be getting back to normal. Oh, what's going on with my internet right now? We good? Oh. Are we good? Why is my internet going so crazy right now? Whoa, something is going on right now. Why am I getting encoding overload? Hello? I don't know what's going on right now. I figured we would be good after, What the fuck? Why am I getting encoding overload? Hello? Let me see. Sorry, I don't know why my stream is suddenly, like, buffering. The fuck? Are we good now? Whoa, my bitrate is going crazy. Are we good? Why is my... The fuck? Hello? What is happening? Chotomate. Here, let me do that. For some reason, OBS is lagging. Let me see, is there anything in regards to Task Manager I can do here? Do that. Why is that working? I said to end this, hello? See. Come on. Sorry, Task Manager is acting a little crazy right now. Hello? Can you end? Okay, I don't know what happened. It looks like the stream is back to normal. Bro, can you fucking end? God, my Task Manager's even having a hard time. Excuse me. Can you end? For fuck's sake. Sorry, tasks are taking a while to end. Come on. Seriously, I have no idea why OBS just decided to lag. Like, that is probably, like... I mean, because it's like, I kind of figured that's like, okay, well, it's gonna be lagging because of the video, right? So I was like, okay, let's just wait for it to fix itself, right? But damn, that took a while to settle itself. Okay. Alright, let's see. Okay, let me get the game back up here. Enable the preview. Okay. Alright. Why is the game suddenly not having a good time right now? Maybe we need to get out of this room. Sophia drew her knees to her chest, still facing away from Amelie's voice. Heat rose to her cheeks. Being seen like this, by her...
Oh, Sophia, please forgive me. I didn't realize you had already entered the bath.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry, you just surprised me.
I'll leave the towel over here.
Thanks. The door shut again. Sophia finally turned back to look at where Amelie once stood. No one was there anymore. Not Amelie, not a woman in a long green dress, or a young lady with blonde hair. She sighed. What's going on? She sank into the water, although this time fully conscious of what she was doing. Not feeling all that much better, she stepped out and took hold of the towel that Amelie had left for her. Water fell from her body. She stared at the cloth. Sorry, I don't know why my stream is suddenly just lagging hardcore. The towel was pink, similar to her favorite hoodie. The towel was old and full of holes and what seemed to be burn marks. Reluctantly, she wrapped it around her body. From outside the door, Amelie's voice called out to her.
Let me come help. Sophia, when you're done in there, you can come to your room.
Okay. Thanks, Amelie. Who is she helping? Lilica? She shivered. The room had become awfully cold, and the towel did little to bring her warmth. She picked up her discarded clothes and redressed. Her clothes felt foreign and wrong on her. Sophia took a deep breath, then swallowed hard. I'm okay. Alright, let's see. Does this help a little bit? Are we back? Are we good? Alright, maybe it was just that room then. Weird. Okay, I think we're back to... Internet? Internet, please. Are we good? Please calm down. What is happening right now? Why is my internet just suddenly jumping up? There we go. Are we good? Are we good? Okay, I think we're good. That was weird. I guess it was just that... That's weird, because we were in there as Amelie before and we didn't have any issue. Did that video just fuck us up? I am so sorry, you guys. I don't know why that was. Okay, I think we're good. But just in case, I'm gonna actually do a quick save real quick. Boop. The hall was already darkened, with no light spilling in from the windows. A few sconces attached to the walls were lit with live flames, but it offered little in the way of calming her. Step, step, step. The floor creaked under her weight. She stopped outside of her bedroom. Inside, she could hear talking. She put her ear to the door.
Didn't we already speak of this? You cannot leave the house. But surely the greenhouse would be safe. No one else uses it, and it is only a few steps from the back door. It is unsafe. You know this. What's gotten into you? Is it because of your friend? I just thought it would be nice to at least sit in the sun. Then you may sit by the window in the dining hall. Is it really so unsafe that even taking a foot outdoors would be dangerous? Yes.
Sophia opened the door and entered the room. Amelie stood by herself, making the bed.
Sophia! I see you're done with the bath.
Sophia looked away, thinking of what had happened in that bathroom. Were you talking about the greenhouse?
Yes. Did you see it when you arrived?
I did, but it looked as if the plants inside had died.
Oh, that's impossible. It's barely been any time at all since the gardeners left. I'm sure the plants inside are more sturdy than that.
Well, even if they have died, maybe we could go in and replant some things tomorrow.
How wonderful! Have you not heard a word I said? It is unsafe to do so.
Oh.
Oh, don't be such a spoil sport. I think it would be perfectly fine. Well, it's getting late now, so I'll leave you to retire. If you need anything, my room is just upstairs, on the left. Good night, Sophia.
The door shifted before Amelie could even reach to touch it. Sophia's eyes locked in on the movement. Amelie, would you stay for a while?
Is something the matter?
Just a little homesick. Okay, so It seems like every time. So it seems like every time that Lilica is supposed to be in the room with us, like she was in Amelie's path, I guess. In this one, it seems like Amelie is speaking Lilica's lines. So something's going on here. It's like, how is it that Amelie can see Lilica, but Sophia can't? Maybe Lilica's the ghost. Sophia sat down on the bed before resting her head on the pillow. It was hard.
Of course. Why don't we chat for a while?
Then come join me. Sophia gently pet the spot beside her in the bed.
In the bed? Okay.
Sophia looked towards Amelie in the low light. Right now, she seemed hauntingly beautiful, as if she were nothing more than a ghost. Thanks for staying with me for a while.
It's nothing to worry about. Truly, I wanted to spend more time with you, too.
Really? You don't find me boring?
You are the most interesting person I've ever met.
Don't be silly.
I am being completely honest. You truly are so unique.
I think the same about you. I've never met anyone like you. Really. Her mind flashed back to all she had seen. Really, she truly had never met anyone like Amelie.
You wrote so much about yourself, and yet seeing you in person, I fear there is still so much I don't know.
There's plenty of time for us to tell each other everything.
Then tell me something about yourself. Something you've never told anyone.
I'm partially blind in my right eye.
Really? How well can you see?
It's okay. Just a little blurry, really. You tell me something. Tell me something, she thought. Tell me what's going on here. Tell me I'm not insane.
Well, when I was 12, I stole the cookie jar from the kitchen and blamed my brother. He was scolded for hours.
What a mischievous child. I'm sure your brother wasn't all too pleased.
Actually, it was his idea. He knew I wanted it, and told me to tell my parents it was him if I was asked.
What a good brother. Where is he now? Did he go away with your parents? Amelie shook her head.
He died when he was 16.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Amelie. What happened?
Scarlet fever. So my family was left with only me as an heir. And what worth is a female heir?
You're worth plenty. More than plenty.
Thank you, Sophia. But some days I am unsure. It's your turn again.
Truthfully, I said before I didn't want to get married, but that's not exactly right. I do.
Oh?
I just don't want a husband.
Then...
I'm sorry, does it make you uncomfortable?
No. I have also thought that I don't want a husband. Whenever my father has brought it up, I felt sick to my stomach.
How about coming away with me for a while?
Away? Outside of the house? What about the sickness?
Yes, away. Away from this place. It's okay now. You'll be okay. You could come stay at my house. I could show you around my school. You don't have to go through an arranged marriage if you don't want to.
You would do that for me?
You're my dearest friend. And... I actually...
Lilica?
defy your fate. At some point, the two women had gotten close enough together that they could feel each other's breath on their lips. The two parted with reddened cheeks, Amelie quickly brushing her skirt off and standing up.
I should be going to bed. Please, rest well. We can talk more about it in the morning, right?
Right. Good night, Amelie. I'll see you tomorrow. Amelie, wait a moment.
Yes?
What does Lilica look like?
What a funny question. You've seen her plenty of times already.
I don't think so, ma'am. With my eye, I sometimes struggle a little.
Right, my apologies. She has long blonde hair, done up like this.
Amelie pretended to put her hair into two low ponytails. Those are ponytails to you, ma'am? What color are her eyes?
Red, and she wears a dress of white and black, with a red ribbon the same color as her eyes.
Thank you, Amelie. Good night. And Sophia's like, oh, fuck. That's the ghost!
See you in the morning.
Amelie left the room. Meanwhile, Sophia's eyes study the space. Ooh, accept your fate or defy your fate. Alright. Well, let's do a quick save, actually. Here. Okay, now normally I'm not one for bad endings, but you know what? Let's see what happened to Sophia when, during the Amelie route. For some reason, Sophia just couldn't sit still. She tried to lay down to rest, but turned this way and that, uneasy. I'll get some water. The hallway was dark, with most of the sconces having been blown out already. Sophia stepped carefully through the space, conscious of the sound her footsteps created. The kitchen was by the stairwell. Hand-painted portraits were lined up in rows on either side of the hall. She stared up the grand staircase. Each step was inviting, enticing her to make the ascent. Her large eyes stared once again at the imposing stained glass window, and then to the doors that awaited upstairs. Her hand rested against the kitchen door, her fingers dancing over the handle. It stayed there as her mind debated with itself. Waiting. Waiting. Come here. Come visit us. Her hand dropped to her side as she ascended, past the glass window, and to the next floor. 2 doors awaited her. A chill ran through the air as a scene played out before her. 2 women dragged a man's body up the staircase, leaving a trail of blood on the otherwise pristine carpet. What the fuck? They pushed open one of the doors. The man's head hit the final step, but he made no move to stop them, nor cried out in pain. He was already long dead. The figures disappeared into the room. When Sophia blinked, the door was shut again. She trembled. The master bedroom. From behind that closed door, a voice called out to her, but the words were much too faint to make out. Her hand rested against the handle. Sophia couldn't stop it from shaking. With a careful motion, she pushed the door open. A musty smell came from further inside the dark room. Sophia, peering into the darkness, quickly took hold of one of the lit candles near the room and stepped inside. A portrait sat above a large, canopied bed.
The curtains were pulled back, hiding whatever was inside. In the portrait, Amelie sat beside a woman with a green dress and brown hair, done up into a bun. Standing behind them was a man with an imposing brow and a large beard. A family of mice ran from under the bed and out of the room. Sophia jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding them. Step, step, step. Each step brought her closer to that bed. There's probably a dead body in that bed. I mean, to be fair, it could either be, because here's the thing, it's definitely a body. Like, there's no fucking way it's not, right? The thing is that, like, is it going to be a skeleton, or is it going to be, like, a mummified corpse? Each step made her chest feel heavier, tighter. She stood before the bed and reached a trembling hand to the curtains that hid whatever lay inside. A wind blew from somewhere unseen, and her candle extinguished. Behind her, the door shut, and the room plunged into near complete darkness. Amelie? Is that you? I'm sorry I came in here after you asked me not to. I'll just go now, okay? Her body fell forward before she had a moment to react. She tumbled through the curtains and landed on something hard that rested on the bed. What? The curtains flew open, and the moon shone in from outside. Oh. Yeah, that's fair. The body she was expecting to find was absent. In its place, two skeletons, long ago decayed. They laid side by side, one smaller and the other larger. But now, one was either side of her. Her scream pierced through the air, but no one came running. She tried desperately to squirm, to run, but it felt as if something was sitting on her, holding her down. As she struggled, she saw it. Two dark red eyes hanging above her, watching. You won't take her away from me. She's mine. She's mine, mine, not yours. Oh, shit. Sophia, one of two. She's mine. Well, I guess we found out what happened to Sophia. She got killed by Lilica. Okay. Well, okay, so they were just skeletons. They were skeletons! Damn, I didn't think we were gonna get a horror visual novel here. Alright, well, that's what happens when we accept our fate. What happens if we defy it? Are you here, Lilica? Silence followed. If I stay here, will I live to see tomorrow? More silence. She gulped. The flame by the side of her bed flickered wildly. Lilica's like, you better fucking leave right now, bitch, otherwise I will kill you in your sleep. Sophia laid back, shutting her eyes, but she felt as if someone was watching her, waiting. Waiting and biding their time. Cold tendrils wrapped around her throat like a snake. Cool like ice and getting tighter and tighter. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't even move. She opened her eyes. But no one was there. Sophia wasted no more time. She jumped to her feet and quickly shoved them back into her shoes and headed for the door. It opened without any resistance. Outside the room, the hallway was dark,
lit only by a handful of candles and sconces. Sophia swallowed, then stepped out. Well, we're doing what you want. You gonna kill us? The house was silent. Sophia took careful steps, but the floorboards still squeaked loudly beneath her. During the day, she hadn't even noticed it, but now, wrapped in darkness, it seemed as if those small sounds would wake whatever was sleeping inside this house. Amelie? Lilica? She whispered, but heard no response. Upon being met with only more silence, her footsteps sped up. Far in the distance, she heard something shift. A slight sound, one that wouldn't normally be noticed. But for Sophia, it was enough to make her heart race. She sped to the end of the hall and stood at the bottom of the grand staircase. Above, her eyes honed in on two doors in particular. The master bedroom and the door to Amelie's room. Amelie. The choice was obvious. Sophia raced up the stairs and stood in front of the door to her pen pal's room. But as she went to knock, the door fell open. Amelie? Are you in here? She received no reply. Fuck this. Sophia's head spun around. From somewhere deep in the dark, a gentle tune was being played skillfully. Her arms dropped to her side. The sound consumed her. Sophia drifted back out of Amelie's bedroom, chasing that dreamy song. Step, step, step. Through the darkness, all that mattered was that sound. She came to the end of the hallway. A single door stood in her way. A bookcase was pushed to the side. Without a second thought, she pulled it open. In the center of the room, surrounded by candles, Amelie sat. Her skirt fanned out around her. Spread out over the floor were piles of letters. Upon closer inspection, each was filled with words that had been crossed out, and signed with, "Yours, Marion." Amelie! Amelie, are you awake? Her eyes were shut tight, yet her hands moved enough to play the sorrowful tune. Please listen to me, Amelie. Lilica she isn't...
I'm not what? You're going to leave her, aren't you?
Sophia heard the door shut behind her. She backed up quickly and tried the handle, but it was stuck. Amelie's eyes finally opened. In place of her usual golden eyes was a glare of deep red. Amelie, snap out of it! Please, snap out of it! Oh, that's so creepy.
You want to take her away?
Amelie, please! One by one, the candles blew out, and the two were plunged into darkness. Amelie's body slumped forward and crashed to the ground.
It's nice to meet you, Sophia. I'm sure we're going to have a fun time living together. Since you will be staying with us after all, right?
Stay with us. Won't you stay with us, Sophia? Stay with us. Well, shit. Well, this is turning into a horror. So whatever the fuck the relationship is between Amelie and Lilica, it's definitely not healthy. It is so not healthy. It is so not healthy. Though whatever the case may be, so keep in mind, right, that we saw two women dragging a man who was clearly dead into a room. Assuming that the two skeletons in the master bedroom bed were Amelie's mother and father, the thing that doesn't make sense, though, right, is that, like, well, because, remember, Sophia saw what we later found out to be Amelie's mother hanging herself in the dining room. So it's like, well, wait a minute. You know, so it's like, wait a minute, how is it that she's up in the bed? How did her skeleton end up in the bed if she killed herself in the dining room? So clearly there's something going on. And then, of course, we have the letters of Marion, yours, Marion. I think it is safe to assume that Amelie's mother is called Marion because clearly, if Lilica, you know, that's she's got something to do with it. But we don't know Amelie's father's name. Something's going on here, right? All right. Poor Sophia. Well, Jesus. Look at that shit. The text is just wavering. Yours, Lilica. Man, this. Oh, I guess you can see that she. Okay, because I was trying to remember what her sprite looked like, and it's like, you call these low ponytails? Okay, you can see like where the. It's like her hair is probably just very long and voluminous that you can't see it, but yeah, you can see that like her hair is just like. It is tied back. It's just not obvious. All right. The rain never seems to cease at this time of the year. It pours from the sky in its unending grief, as if longing for something unseen. Thunder roared in the distance, enough so to make the young woman flinch, but not enough to make her waver. Oh, this is different. The woman sat beside a man with an imposing brow and a large beard. The man wheezed and coughed, but kept hold of the newspaper in his hands. That's the father, that's Amelie's daddy, because the portrait said that he had these exact descriptors. The front page read the following. The Great Plague of London, 7,000 deceased. Okay, now that is obviously a fictional event. The man frowned at the words. Ooh. How utterly preposterous! What on earth are the physicians doing? The lady next to him coughed into her handkerchief. When she pulled it away from her mouth, it was stained red with blood. Whoa. I'm sure they're Okay, wait a minute. I am sure they're trying their best, my dear. Their best is going to kill everyone! Forget this rubbish. Amelie is still well, and finally of age to marry. We will arrange for a suitor before she becomes sick. If we send her out there, then she will certainly grow sick. She should stay here, locked in her room until it is safe to leave. No man will want a woman who has spent her only good years locked in her bedroom. Wow, sir, that's your daughter. She's only 19! But she will be safe. The lady held her cheek, which quickly reddened after the impact. Oh, you're just a bitch then. The lord glared at her behind his bushy eyebrows. You would do well to remember who she belongs to. Who you belong to. Okay, misogyny! We're in the house here? The lady blinked, trying desperately to stop her eyes from welling up. Lilica, please come here. Her voice carried through the otherwise empty home. Time seemed to pause for a few moments, before a woman with blonde hair, cascading behind her, enter the room. She wore the dress of a maidservant, and a neutral expression that wavered just so after seeing the mark left by the Lord's hand. She stepped forward, crossing the tiled floor with slow steps that seemed to match the pace of the thunder that roared outside. The lady nodded to the maid. The maid nodded back to the lady. The moon reflected from the metal object in the maid's hand as she swung it down into the Lord's throat. "Oh, we're doing this." He let out a gargled scream. Blood spluttered out from his mouth, and he tried to speak, tried to yell, but it was too late. "Honestly deserved." He fell forward onto the floor, and the tiles darkened into a crimson red. He squirmed and crawled, searching for something that no one would ever know, before he fell still only a few minutes later. The lady stared at the scene. Her heart raced, and a laugh escaped her lips. Finally! Finally! You'll never hurt Amelie. I hope you rot in hell. The maid wiped the knife against a small white hand towel. The stains would never be fully removed. You know, I kinda see why, that was deserved, ma'am. You're just looking out for your kid. That's fair. Oh. And this is supposed to be Lilica, and yet she looks hella different here.
My lady, I will deal with the body.
I will help you. He is too much for you to carry alone.
But my lady, you are sick,
and I will get no better sitting here.
The two grabbed him by an arm each and dragged him towards the stairwell, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Ah, and that's the sight that Sophia saw. No other words passed from their lips as they executed their task. They reached the end of the hall and began the ascent to the first floor. The Lord's head hit against each step with a soft thunk. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The house was silent in all other regards. Two doors sat next to each other. Both were shut tight. As the two women reached the top of the stairwell, the maid pushed open the door to the master bedroom and entered. The room was spacious and clean, with fresh bedding left by the maid just the same morning. On the wall above the bed, a newly painted family picture. The two struggled and finally lifted the man into the bed. His face was stuck in a terrified expression, and his clothes were ruined.
You will protect Amelie, right? I'll do anything you desire. Then let us begin.
Lightning struck somewhere in the distance, lighting up the otherwise darkened room and showing many things that should have been left unseen. The maid removed her shoes and crawled into the sheets beside the corpse, while the lady dipped her fingers into the Lord's wound and drew a line of blood around the bed. She spoke softly to no one in particular, chanting words that should never be chanted. When she was done, she stepped over the threshold and approached the maid.
Never let anyone hurt her. Protect her, no matter what.
I will, my lady.
Thank you, Lilica. You'll never truly understand how much your actions mean to me.
The lady leant forward and left a soft kiss against the maid's lips. It was brief and gentle, and something the two had wished to share for longer than either would admit. As the lady pulled away, the maid drew her knife, still smudged with blood, and brought it to her veins.
Goodbye, Lilica.
Goodbye, my lady.
The maid bled out slowly, painfully slowly. The lady gasped for air and clawed at her neck. Wait, what? Wait. Okay. Everything in the manor became still. Everything apart from a young lady named Amelie, who sat in her bed upright, feeling a deep dread in the pit of her stomach, and another young lady named Lilica, who stood over two corpses lying beside each other in bed. The young lady named Lilica stared at the maid in the bed. Her own face. Her own blood seeping through the bed. And yet here she stood. She looked at herself in the mirror and saw a different person entirely. She was no longer the maid. She was Lilica. Her voice was softer, her hair longer. It worked. When she turned back towards the bed, Lilica froze. Both of the bodies were gone. And in their places, two skeletons.
Damn, the bodies didn't even decay. They just it's like I shouldn't laugh at this. Like the flesh just the flesh just
How long has it been? She walked towards the door and found it locked. Digging through the tattered clothes of the long-dead maid, she retrieved the key and opened it. The door beside the master bedroom sat ajar just enough for Lilica to peer in. Amelie sat on the end of her bed, staring at herself in a small handheld mirror while brushing her hair. She hummed a quiet tune, but froze as her eyes met Lilica's.
Who are you?
I am Lilica.
Lilica. But
Your mother told me that you had a maid named Lilica. What a coincidence.
what are you doing here?
How long has your mother been gone?
My mother? I saw her.
She frowned and clutched her head, as if she couldn't quite remember.
I saw her just this morning.
I see. Your parents have left to be cured of the plague. They have asked me to stay here with you until they can return.
Really? A cure truly exists?
That's right. So until then, how about we be friends? Amelie's face lit up, and their eternal friendship began.
So it sounds like Lilica and the mom had an affair. They had an affair. Like, they had to have had an affair. Because, I mean, I guess, because even if you were to interpret the kiss between them as, like, oh, it's just a grateful kiss, the fact that it said that, like, because the fact that it said that they wanted to share the kiss longer than they cared to admit, it's like, okay, that definitely does not mean that things were platonic between them. It's also the fact that Lilica killed herself to protect Amelie. Now, I'm not sure if the mother... Well, actually, no, the mother probably died of the sickness. But that's interesting, isn't it? That's like, well, how is it then that, we had the noose in the dining room? Because, okay, now we understand how the bodies ended up in the bed, the skeletons in the bed. But it's interesting that it's also described that Lilica looks different than how she was. So it's like, why is that a thing? Like, what, like, how did it describe her looking as?
Yeah, like right here. It was brief and gentle and something the two had wished to share for longer than either would admit. Yeah, her voice was softer and her hair was longer. That must be some magic stuff, because it's like, what do you mean you transformed into a different person? Even though your body's like right there. I don't know, we'll probably get some answers when we go further along. How many years had passed since that day? Neither could tell. Time seemed to stand still within that manor, out in a field in the middle of nowhere. It's like the house in Fata Morgana. I don't think that's spoilers. And that's the way Lilica wished it to stay.
Lilica, a letter has arrived.
What? Her blood ran cold as Amelie stared at the envelope in her hands.
When was the last time we had a letter? How exciting. Perhaps it's Mother, writing that she will return soon.
Perhaps so.
Oh.
Oh?
It seems to be addressed to someone else entirely. Perhaps it was brought here by mistake.
Then we had best send it back. Give it to me, and I will have it returned.
A peek wouldn't hurt, don't you think?
Oh, that's interesting. Lilica watched as the first crack formed in her fragile world. I will dispose of it immediately. Give it to me. But it was too late. The letter inside had already been let loose, and Amelie's eyes had already taken in the words left for someone else.
Sophia. Lilica, I think I will write back. I will let her know that I received the letter by mistake.
That isn't needed.
Please?
Just one letter.
Thank you, Lilica.
Yikes. Well, turns out... So it's not so much that Lilica romantically loves Amelie, but it's the fact that she promised her mother, who she did romantically love, that she would protect her, though she's taking it a little bit too far. How many letters had arrived at their doors since then? How many times had Amelie spoken excitedly about Sophia to her? Sophia. Sophia, Sophia, Sophia. It's always Sophia. Sophia is the crack in this fragile reality. Sophia. I have to get rid of Sophia.
Lilica?
Lilica's eyes opened with a jolt. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. What did you say?
Sophia says she's coming to visit.
Uh-oh. Oh dear. Another crack formed from the last. It sprawled across reality, threatening to shatter at any moment. Amelie, I don't think that's a good idea. The plague.
She says that it's safe enough to travel now in her letter. Perhaps Mother and Father will return soon too.
Lilica forced a smile. But we don't need anyone else here. We have each other.
Of course. You are my dear friend, Lilica. But Sophia and I have been writing to each other for...
She shook her head, as if chasing off the beginnings of a headache.
For a long time, anyway. I'm excited to finally meet her. Won't you be excited with me, too? We can all be friends.
Right. Friends. I'm sure we'll all be the best of friends.
Oh boy.
For an amount of time that neither Lilica nor Amelie could truly comprehend, the house was suddenly buzzing with life. Amelie's footsteps were light, and her days filled with excitement as she awaited the arrival of Sophia. And finally, to Lilica's dismay, the day came. The pendulum clock on the wall swung back and forth, ticking down the time. Lilica stared at it, wishing that it would slow down even further. 10 minutes, then 20, then an hour passed as the two stood by the door, waiting for a knock.
She seems to be late.
Perhaps she's not coming after all, Amelie. There is no need to make such a sullen face. Mayhaps this is for the best.
She wrote that she would be here, so I shall wait.
With her face hidden from Amelie, Lilica scowled. Do you truly believe it's safe to have visitors during the outbreak?
Lilica, I believe we've been isolated long enough, and Sophia has written that it is safe. I trust her word. She would not endanger us.
And if your pen pal turns out to be a robber in disguise, what then? Amelie smiled, to Lilica's dismay.
She has a way with words that only a woman could have.
A lady robber, then?
Nonsense. By the way, Lilica, have you seen my letters?
I can't say that I have. A knock sounded at the door, instantly halting their conversation. Amelie rose from her place and took a steady step forward before Lilica raised a hand to her. Allow me. Allow me to see if she should truly be allowed entry. The door groaned as it slowly swung open and revealed the young woman who knocked at the door. She was drenched from head to toe. Lilica stared at her. Light hair and eyes. She looked almost like a kitten. Instantly, Lilica's dislike for the woman grew. Lilica stepped to the side just in time for Sophia to bounce through the door and wrap her arms around Amelie. Her blood boiled.
Oh, shit. Oh, she really don't like this. She really don't like this girl.
She watched as the clothes she had carefully handmade became drenched by someone unworthy, someone that didn't deserve to even look at Amelie.
Well, too bad it's not about what you want. It's about what she wants.
Amelie! Sophia!
Amelie's arms wrapped around Sophia in return, and Lilica turned away.
My, you're completely drenched. Did you forget your umbrella, perchance?
Or perhaps her umbrella got carried away by the wind. With a cool anger written over her features, Lilica shut the door.
I didn't even think to bring an umbrella. The forecast said sunny all day. My fault for believing it, I guess.
I can't believe you're truly here.
Me either. About time, right? You're just as pretty as I knew you'd be.
And you too. But what are you wearing?
Seeing your house, I feel like I should have dressed up a little more.
Excuse me.
No, perhaps it is I that is overdressed.
Lilica stood to the side, her arms crossed lightly over her chest. Her long hair reached down nearly to the wooden floor.
Pardon my manners. My dear friend Lilica is here too. I believe I wrote about her in the past.
I remember. I've kept all your letters safe, don't worry.
As you should.
Amelie side-eyed Lilica upon hearing her tone, but Lilica simply looked away. Wow, I didn't know that. Amelie just like, can you be quiet? Sorry, but is there any chance you have a towel?
Of course. My apologies. I would usually have someone here to attend to us, but everyone's been sent home. Only the three of us remain. Let me fetch you a towel.
Amelie disappeared down the hallway, leaving Lilica alone with Sophia.
This really is a manor. When she told me about her house, I almost didn't believe it.
Has no one told you it is rude to poke around someone else's house? Sophia walked straight past Lilica without even a notion of responding. Hello? You can't see me. Sophia walked towards the settee and reached for the newspaper. Don't let her touch it. Don't let her touch anything. She'll break it all. She'll undo everything. She wants to hurt Amelie. She can't find out the truth. The window shook loudly in the wind. With a flick of her small wrist, Lilica allowed the door to fly open, causing Sophia to whip around in surprise.
It's so windy.
Lilica locked in on the object that Sophia had been reaching for. She rushed forward and took hold of it, then quickly hid it behind a cabinet as Sophia reached to close the door.
Phew. Amelie?
Sophia spun around, but looked straight through Lilica.
Sophia?
Oh, Amelie!
Please, use this.
Thanks. I'll bring an umbrella next time, I promise. Lilica watched as Sophia dried herself with a towel. Our towel. It's not for her. There can't be a next time.
Then, if you're now dried off, would you care for a tour of the house before afternoon tea?
That sounds great.
On your right is the pantry, and down that hall is the boiler room, but you shouldn't have any need for those spaces.
Sophia and Amelie walked side by side, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Lilica stared at the place where they almost connected, seething with a quiet rage.
Dude, she is such a hater.
These are all guest bedrooms. I've prepared this one for your use. If you find anything not to your standards, you can let myself or Lilica know.
Amelie, I have a feeling your standards are much higher than mine. I've never even been in a house that looks like this.
No? Is your home not similar?
Well, it's a lot smaller.
There's no shame in that. You own your own property, yes?
Yeah, I recently bought it.
With your husband?
What? No, of course not. I'm not married. Shut up.
Your father allowed you to buy property on your own?
Amelie, you speak just like how you write.
I'm so surprised. Your voice disgusts me. And you speak quite casually. People usually say that about me. Being here, around you, makes me want to be more formal.
What need is there of formality between friends?
That's true, too. Your words are poisoning Amelie.
This is the morning room, and next door the dining room. We'll be having afternoon tea in the sitting room here.
So many rooms.
Upstairs is my bedroom and the master bedroom. I must ask that you don't enter the master bedroom, as it belongs to my parents who are currently away.
Of course. I won't go poking around anyway. Lies. You're lying.
All this walking has made me parched. Shall we take afternoon tea now?
Sure, that sounds good.
Why don't you have a seat while Lilica and I prepare our food?
Oh, I can come help.
Nonsense. You're my guest. It would be remiss of me to allow you to lift a finger.
If you insist. But I'm happy to help, anytime.
Thank you. I'll be back soon. Please, rest.
Amelie.
Yes?
It's nothing. Take your time. Sophia slipped through a doorway and disappeared. Amelie smiled widely, while Lilica just stared ahead blankly.
Isn't this lovely, Lilica? To have a new face in the house. It feels like forever.
Yes, how lovely. I'm glad you're having fun at the very least.
Are you not?
Ellipses. Sever her fate! I'm always having fun when we're together, Amelie. Sever her fate is crazy.
Ah, I see. Are you jealous? Worry not, my dear friend. Of course our friendship means just as much to me. I value you greatly.
Just as much?
Indeed. Come along, Lilica. Let us prepare tea.
Amelie, I have something to say to you. You are my very best friend. Did you know that?
I feel the same towards you, Lilica.
And as such, I feel the need to be truthful with you. You appreciate the truth, don't you?
Of course. I trust your judgment very much. Is something the matter?
Well, guys, what I mean, the first choice says lie, but I mean the second choice is also pretty appealing, which also says lie. But I mean, last choice is also lie. So I mean, honestly, I don't think we really have a choice except to pick, any one. I think they're good. I love how they all say lie. It's like, which lie sounds best? Let's go with this one. Right in the middle. Ellipses.
Your mother contacted me. She believes they will be able to return shortly.
Oh, Lilica, this is wonderful news!
Indeed. She was very excited for me to pass on her message to you, but... Keep lying!
This is so... Well, we went second. Let's go first.
Well, she wasn't pleased to hear that you had someone visiting without her permission.
Oh. I thought she would be delighted that I had invited a friend.
Your entire existence is a lie! Holy shit! Oh my god, my nose is starting to run. It's cold in here. Well, let's go with this.
Of course, I pleaded with her that Sophia was a dear friend, but she wouldn't listen.
I see. Did she say when she would return?
No, but it seems to be soon.
Then I'll send Sophia away like normal tomorrow. I can't exactly force her out into the storm, can I?
Why not?
Didn't you raise her to be kind? Isn't that...
Lilica.
Naturally, I am just teasing. Of course it wouldn't be right to send her away at a time like this. And she's thinking, motherfucking bitch!
I'm glad to hear that we've come to an agreement. How pleased I am to know that Mother will return soon. Let's go prepare tea, shall we?
No mention of her father, though.
Did you finish the baking yesterday?
The pastries are ready for serving.
Excellent. I'll just fetch the tea then.
Allow me. A lady of your standing shouldn't be doing such a menial task, should she?
Don't be absurd. Even Sophia herself seems to be fine in the kitchen. Did you hear how she jumped to help? I should follow in her footsteps.
What would your parents think of that?
I appreciate the sentiment, but they took with them all of the staff. I have little choice but to prepare my own tea.
I see. Then, shall I attend to our guest? I wouldn't want her to become lonely.
Would you? I'll only be a few moments.
Oh boy.
Of course. Anything for you, Amelie.
It'll be a good chance for you to become friends, too.
I'm sure it will be, when I'm done fucking with her. Lilica's smile at that moment seemed to hide behind an intent much deeper than Amelie realized.
You boy. We're gonna fuck about.
The walls had eyes. Eyes that tracked Lilica's every move. They followed her as she made careful, deliberate steps towards the sitting room. They stared, their eyes bulging, judging. They had no mouths in which to scream, but Lilica could still hear their words. We all sacrificed ourselves for you. Hope, our only hope. Amelie, protect Amelie. Prove your worth, prove your love. Amelie, Amelie, Amelie! Under her feet, shattered glass pierced through her shoes, cutting her feet.
By the way, I know the video is lagging. I can't do anything about it, unfortunately.
She could feel the blood ooze out, pulling. It was warm. Comforting. She looked up to find where the glass had come from. Then she noticed the cracks once again. Along every wall, every floorboard, even through the air. The world was fragmented. It was already broken. Not beyond repair. It's not. My lady, I will fix this still. You can rest. Please rest. I will take care of everything. Anything and everything. For you. She blinked. The world reverted to the way it should. The glass that lined the floor, gone. The eyes that followed from the walls, gone. And the cracks that had begun to wrap themselves around Lilica's ankles had disappeared too. She stood in front of the sitting room's door, which sat slightly ajar. Inside, Lilica could see Sophia staring out of the large window. Her back stayed turned as Lilica entered the room. Of course, it wouldn't have been possible for Sophia to turn and look at her, but Lilica still found herself taking careful, quiet steps. The window shook past the dark, thick curtains. You who would attempt to defy your fate, why don't we see how long this little game lasts? Why don't we test whose love is stronger? I swear, my love is unwavering. My infatuation, my yearning, my desire, you can never even wish to match it. Lilica pulled out a chair roughly, dragging the legs across the floor. Yet you dare to challenge me? You dare to test my love?
Amelie, was that you? Amelie?
Sophia took careful steps towards the chair, resting her hand against it. Or Lilica? You're nothing. Sophia sat down in the chair that was offered to her, while Lilica circled around, as if a cat after its prey. But her steps paused as she heard something strange. Footsteps from above.
Oh, that wasn't Lilica! Whoa! So you mean to tell me there's another ghost?
The master bedroom? In front of her very eyes, Lilica watched the scene unfold. A scene that made her blood run cold and her body freeze in place. My lady. The lady of the house stood beside Lilica. Where before the two had stood eye to eye, now the lady stood taller than Lilica by at least a head. My lady. My lady. What are you doing here? The lady removed her shoes and stepped onto the table. Did you come here to punish me? Are you angry? I promise, I will remove the plague that has entered our home. I swear it, upon my undying love. The lady did not respond. Instead, she reached up and took hold of the noose. The rope wrapped around her neck, exactly where the necklace that the maid had gifted the lady should have rested.
Yeah, they were definitely lovers. What do you mean that the maid gifted the lady of her house a necklace?
Join me. Her eyes locked onto Sophia's. Her hand was outstretched, waiting to be taken. Why won't you look at me, my lady? Are you truly so angry? Angry enough to despise me? For but a moment, as Sophia's outstretched hand came closer and closer, the lady's eyes turned slowly towards Lilica. They carried with it a message that only Lilica could decipher. Lilica's body shook. It trembled and trembled, until she could bear it no more, and she ran from the room as fast as her legs would carry her. If the hallways still had eyes, they weren't fast enough to follow Lilica. The floorboards, as if made of quicksand, threatened to suck her up and bury her deep within the house. Her feet felt heavy and leaden. Every step was as painful as that brief glance. She raced through the hall and up a flight of stairs. Past the stained glass window, which left a myriad of colors over the carpeted steps, and past the doors that led to the master bedroom and Amelie's room. Closer, closer, until she arrived at a bookcase. She pushed it to the side and entered the hidden room.
Oh, this place.
The room behind the bookcase was small, and not a single window faced outwards, thus the room was near pitch black. Each wall was plastered with handwritten letters. Handwritten letters clearly for Lilica alone. Her eyes, frantic, finally started to calm as she took in the words. Her words. Words left to her, for her, only for her. Lilica's eyes settled on a particular letter.
Look left, look right, look ahead. We're gonna save. Let's look ahead, I guess. Dear Amelie.
Dear Amelie Lilica, today was tough. I tried my hardest, but I still failed. Don't you think life is unfair sometimes? I wish trying hard enough was all it took to succeed. Sorry, I'm whinging, aren't I? I came out of my interview and it was raining. I thought just my luck, but something interesting happened. A rainbow in the distance peeked out from behind the gray clouds. It reminded me of you, and then I felt a little better. I hope we can meet soon. Yours,
Sophia/Marion. So remember when Amelie was asking Lilica, hey, what happened to all my letters? Have you seen all my letters? And Lilica's like, no, I can't say I have. Girl has been stealing her pseudo daughter's letters and pretending they were written from her lover to her.
Look left. Dear Amelie Lilica, how wonderful to hear that you're doing well. I've been very busy this week, but most of it is boring, so I won't bog you down with the details. But do you know what happened just yesterday? Of course you don't. You weren't there. I was walking home when I found an abandoned kitten. Someone left it in a box on the side of the road. How could anyone do that? Anyway, I took her home. I named her Ami, Lily, after you. It's a little embarrassing writing it out like that. I hope you don't mind. Yours, Sophia Marion. I named her Ami after Amelie, but Lily after Lilica. Dude, she's fucking crazy.
Well, then again, we've been known that she's a little cuckoo. Because again, like, she's... Like, don't get me wrong when I say, like, I get that she has good intentions for Amelie, but it's also like, girl, you're acting a little too overprotective. Like, this is some pseudo, possibly emotional incest. And I say incest because it's like, I do think it's a little fucking weird to be stealing, again, your pseudo-daughter's love letters, essentially. And then crossing out the names with yours and her, with hers and her mother's. With yours and her mother's.
Look right. Dear Amelie Lilica, I've spent the past week studying. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy it, but everyone needs a break, you know? On my desk, I have a little cactus in a pot. To be honest, a cactus wasn't my first choice, but I've killed every other plant I've ever owned. Anyway, it bloomed. There's one beautiful flower coming out of it. I couldn't be happier. So that makes studying easier. I think your environment makes a big difference. How about you? Do you have any plants? I'm looking forward to hearing about it next time. Yours, Sophia Marion. She ripped the letter from the wall and clutched it to her chest, collapsing to her knees. She couldn't hate me. She couldn't. She adores me, like I adore her. She entrusted her everything to me. Everything. Her everything. Amelie. The letter dropped from her fingers that were neither cold nor warm. You want me to get rid of that disease, don't you? You won't accept me until I protect Amelie. Is that right, my lady? I'd do anything you asked. So if that's all I have to do, then I'll do it. I'll keep Amelie safe. Forever. Lilica stood from the ground and dusted off her skirt. Her face that had previously contorted in distress had finally calmed, and a smile gently crept onto her face. I love you, my lady. And for you, I will love Amelie too.
I should light the sconces too. Where did I put those matches?
Right here.
Ah! You gave me a fright, Lilica. Where have you been?
Preparing the guest room for your dear friend, of course.
How kind. Sophia's just preparing for a bath at the present. I'm going to retrieve a towel for her from the linen closet.
Amelie, I think it best you send her home post-haste.
What? Why would I do that?
For all you know, she brings with her the plague.
Sophia says it is now safe to travel. You say Mother is returning soon. It should be perfectly fine, don't you think?
And what if she lies?
She wouldn't do that. Sophia is a kind and good-natured person. She would not bring any danger to us. Did you know that Sophia attends a local university? And she lives by herself, with no husband. She says that if I wanted, I could also study.
Study? Study. She wants to leave? Leave the house? No, she can't leave. She can't go anywhere. She belongs here. She was entrusted to me. The lady of the house should not study, Amelie. You must stay inside the house and await your parents.
But I'm sure Mother would want the best for me. Perhaps while I await her, I could go to inspect Sophia's school.
Amelie. You must stay inside and await your parents' return.
But...
Don't you trust me? Have I ever tried to lead you astray?
No, Lilica. I was just thinking that Perhaps it truly is beginning to be safe.
Look, I've brought today's newspaper. Do you see the title?
The plague runs rampant.
Put any notion of leaving or studying away for now, yes? As soon as it is truly safe to do so, then we shall, and you will be reunited with your family. For now, it is just you and me.
Thanks, Lilica. I'm glad you're here.
As am I.
Ah, the towel. Let me go retrieve it.
Go ahead. Alone, Lilica stared at the bathroom door, which was shut tight. Behind it, she could hear the water running. She could picture Sophia's body, slowly shedding its layers of clothes, before she stepped into the hot water. That image was enough to force her hand. Whoa. And this is where she fucked with her. The running water sloshed into the steel-lined wooden tub. A state-of-the-art system. No one else in the country owned anything like it. But how many years ago was that? How long had it been? Sophia leaned over the sink, her bone-white knuckles grasping either side of it. Her back was turned to Lilica. If she wanted, she could stab her in the back and be over with it. No. I need to keep Amelie's trust. She needs to leave, or go somewhere she'll never be found. Or do it herself. Sophia lifted her face to the mirror, then froze. Her eyes bore into it, as if she was seeing something she shouldn't. Lilica stared back, unmoving. Leave. Leave already.
Who?
One step at a time, maintaining eye contact through the mirror, Lilica crept closer. Closer and closer, until the two were nearly touching. Why do you want to take Amelie away? Can't you see that she loves me? Me, not you. Your words are poisoning this household. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. I'll have no choice. I'll just kill you.
Who are you?
Sophia whipped around, but her eyes didn't focus on any spot in particular. To her, Lilica was gone. Lilica walked towards an open cabinet and pulled something out. Time to sever her fate again, I guess. By the way, okay, so since we're now approaching the place where everything went to shit, pretty much start expecting that. I can't do anything about it, unfortunately. The metal of the razor glinted. Lilica raised it up and she moved to stand over the bath. With ease, the metal cut into her arm. Drops of blood fell into the water, leaving tiny splashes where they connected. Blood still runs in my veins after all. Sophia rushed past Lilica, desperate to turn off the overflowing water, before she froze once again. The water was a deep, dark red. Her slender fingers dipped into the liquid as if she were entranced. One layer at a time, she stripped bare, her expression hollow and lifeless. Lilica watched as her naked body stepped into the crimson water. Why not just end it here? You're scared, aren't you? Just sink down. Accept your fate. Accept it. You can hear me now, can't you? Why not just end it? You're scared. You're so terrified. You just came here to see your friend, and look at what's happened to you. Amelie. Yes, Amelie. Amelie, where did you go? I actually remember this CG because I think if I remember right, this game was advertised in the Date with Death because you remember how back in the Date with Death when you were in the chat window, you had the bottom left corner where it would show off ads for the games that 2.5 Studios were publishing / advertising at the time. I think this was one of them because I remember this CG from that.
Where are you? Amelie. I want to see you.
Shut up. You don't deserve to speak her name. You don't deserve to be in her presence. Why don't you just give up? Just sink deep into the abyss. Isn't it inviting? Sink. Right. I should. Isn't the water so warm and inviting? That's right. Just sink down into it. Then you'll finally be able to rest.
Amelie.
You. A knock came from the door. Lilika's widened eyes went from the door to the young woman in the bath, then back again.
Excuse me, I'm coming in.
Lilika ducked behind the folding screen just in time to hear the door open.
Sophia? I knocked but didn't hear a reply. I've brought you a towel.
Ah! She didn't wait any longer. As Amelie stepped into the room to set down the towel, Lilika quietly dashed out into the hall. Before Lilika had a chance to even catch her breath, the bathroom door opened once again, and Amelie stepped out with flushed cheeks. Did you tell her that she must depart?
No,
Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Your face is bright red.
Sophia will stay until she decides to leave.
No, she must leave now. Tonight, no longer. As you wish.
I'm sorry, Lilika, but I believe it is only fair after she traveled so far, and she is my friend.
That woman, that siren, look what she does to our Amelie. I will finish preparing the guest room.
Let me come help. Sophia, when you're done in there, you can come to your room.
From the other side of the door, Sophia's voice came in return. Okay, thanks, Amelie. Excuse me. Okay. The guest bedroom was freshly cleaned, with new linen on the bed and a lit lantern beside it. Fortunately, Lilika had prepared the room well in advance.
You did a fine job of preparing the room so far. Thank you, Lilika.
Anything for you.
I was thinking, tomorrow, if the rain is cleared up, we could open the greenhouse again and have morning tea there. It's been so long since we last used it.
Oh dear. By now, a dozen cracks stem from a dozen other cracks, filling the entirety of Lilika's world. At any moment, even a breeze would make everything collapse. Didn't we already speak of this? You cannot leave the house.
But surely the greenhouse would be safe. No one else uses it, and it's only a few steps from the back door.
It is unsafe. You know this. What's gotten into you? Is it because of your friend?
I just thought it would be nice to at least sit in the sun.
Then you may sit by the window in the dining hall.
Is it really so unsafe that even Is it really so unsafe that even taking a foot outdoors would be dangerous?
Yes.
Sophia! I see you're done with the bath.
Lilica crossed her arms over her chest, anger already rising in her chest. That is a pet peeve. That just hit my pet peeve moment. You could have said something else. You could have just taken this out. Were you talking about the greenhouse?
Yes. Did you see it when you arrived?
I did, but it looked as if the plants inside had died.
Oh, that's impossible. It's barely been any time at all since the gardeners left.
Excuse me.
I'm sure the plants inside are more sturdy than that.
Well, even if they have died, maybe we could go in and replant some things tomorrow.
How wonderful.
Have you not heard a word I said? It is unsafe to do so. Oh.
Oh, don't be such a spoil sport. I think it would be perfectly fine. Well, it's getting late now, so I'll leave you to retire. If you need anything, my room is just upstairs, on the left.
Good night, Sophia. Poison dripped from her voice as Lilica left the guest room behind. She's gonna kill her. The house had a heart, and that heart was beating to the same rhythm as Lilica's. It was frenzied, on the verge of losing control. It echoed through her head, through the hall, through to every corner of the building. Like Morse code, it was as if the house itself was telling her to do something. Get rid of her. Cut out the disease. Protect Amelie. She bit her thumb, pacing back and forth. Amelie will be upset. But Amelie doesn't need anyone else. She has me. She won't be upset for long, and she'll forget. That's right, she'll forget. Her breath hitched in her throat. But what do I do? What do I do? She just won't die. My lady, what am I supposed to do? At that moment, Lilica put her ear to Amelie's door, listening intently. How about coming away with me for a while?
Away? Outside of the house? What about the sickness?
Away? Outside of the house? It's okay now. You'll be okay. You could come stay at my house. I could show you around my school. You don't have to go through an arranged marriage if you don't want to. Lilica's hands balled into fists at her side.
You would do that for me?
You're my dearest friend, and I actually... You think you can take her away from me? Lilica's balled fists slammed against the door. Each one set a pain shooting up her arm, all the way to her shoulder. Inside, the voices went quiet. Destroy her fate. Well, this is the only thing we can do. Well, actually, we're gonna save real quick. Just in case. She doesn't belong to you.
Lilica?
Finally, Lilica snapped out of her daze. At some point, Amelie had left the guest bedroom and was standing a short distance away from her, looking worried. Instantly, she took a deep breath and composed herself. But her heart still beat as loud as a drum, and the cracks that seemed to be centered around Amelie were still spreading at an increasing rate. It is late. You should retire to your bedroom.
Yes, I shall. It's nice having someone else around, isn't it? I feel as if the manor is coming back to life. I hope we see Mother and Father soon.
I'm sure we will. Shall I see you to bed?
Excuse me. hair got caught in my throat.
Yes, please.
The hallway was darkened, with only a few sconces and candles lit along the way. And Lilica relished in it. On a night like this, long ago in the past, she had sealed her fate, along with Amelie's. And tonight, she would seal the fate of yet another person.
Uh-oh.
The two rose up the grand staircase, side by side. Moonlight drifted in through the stained glass window. This seemed to be the only place free from those cracks. If she squinted, she could almost see it, almost hear it. That head, hitting each step with a loud thunk. Those eyes would never open again to look upon a woman with scorn. That hand would never be raised to leave a mark on pristine skin. The sound filled her with joy. And the thought of repeating that fateful night left her footsteps light with excitement.
Lilica, may I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Have you ever heard of a woman loving another woman, as a woman would love a man?
Uh-oh. Where did you hear about such a thing?
Nowhere in particular. It was just a thought that came into my mind.
I think you are overtired because of all the excitement, Amelie. I think it best you get some rest.
Yes, all right. Good night, Lilica.
Lilica, who was seated on the edge of Amelie's bed, stood with unsteady feet. Standing in the doorway, she looked back at Amelie. Good night, Amelie. Sleep well. Tomorrow, everything will be better. Lilica stepped out of the bedroom, shutting the door softly behind her. The hall was still dark, with only a few candles to light her descent. It was quiet. Everything was asleep. The eyes that followed Lilica wherever she went were closed. The voices that crept up from between the floorboards were silent. Somehow, that only made Lilica more uncomfortable. But that didn't matter. Not now. She knew where she was going and what she must do. She inched closer and closer to that door that held behind it a sickness named Sophia. It was closed tight. Lilica raised her hand, almost as if to knock, but instead pushed it open and entered.
Ooh, I'm sweating. What the heck? It's not even that hot.
Just as the hallway was dark, so was the guest bedroom. The lantern had been blown out only a short while ago. No sound came from the bed. All was still. Lilica crept closer, closer, and closer, until she stood over the bed, like a shadow. She suddenly became Sophia's sleep paralysis demon. The woman underneath her kept her eyes shut tight. Her face was calm and serene. Lilica couldn't help but smile as her hands wrapped around her fragile, pale neck. Her fingers dug into Sophia's flesh, so soft and easily bruised. Still, she didn't even shift. For some reason, that made Lilica even more furious. But as the young woman named Sophia laid as still as a statue, her mind wandered back to another that had once done the same in this very house. A young woman who had left Amelie in Lilica's care, who had only wanted the best for her daughter, had only wanted for her to be happy. The problem is she'll leave. That's the problem, isn't it, my lady? The cold fingers slowly unwound from Sophia's throat. That she'll leave and take Amelie away. But if she stays, Then won't Amelie be happy? She'll be so happy. Always. Forever. And then, maybe, you can... Lilica withdrew from the room in a rush, her feet carrying her faster than they ever had before. Through the hall, up the stairs, and into Amelie's bedroom once again. The bed was warm and inviting. Lilica enveloped herself in that heat, wrapping her arms around Amelie tightly.
Sophie... Lilica?
Do you want Sophia to stay here forever?
What?
She will leave if we don't do anything about it. She'll leave and you'll never hear from her again.
That's not true, Lilica. She wouldn't just do that.
My dear Amelie, I spoke to her just a moment ago. She was already packing up her bags. At that, Amelie rubbed at her eyes and sat up.
It can't be true.
Look at this gaslight bitch. Like, she really is like gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
Go check for yourself. Amelie, not wasting even a single moment, walked towards her door and peered down. From here, the moon was shining in through the stained glass just right. The moon was shining in through the stained glass just right, illuminating the hallway below. In the distance, a shadow could be seen moving. Lilica smiled. See? Lilica picked up a toy doll that still sat on Amelie's bed, a relic from the past. Its straw-colored hair almost seemed to stand on end. Don't you want to keep her here? Don't you want her to be like this doll?
Keep her here. Right.
Your own special doll who will never leave you. Don't worry. I'll make it happen. Just for you. I'll make sure you're happy forever. Go down the hall. To my room behind the bookcase. Wait for me. Amelie's eyes had glazed over, as if she wasn't truly there. She stood from the bed and picked up a small black case that rested on her nightstand before leaving the room. It wasn't long afterwards that Lilica followed in her footsteps, just in time to see Sophia ascending the staircase. She walked straight past Lilica, who was smiling happily, and approached Amelie's door. As she knocked, the door fell open with a groan.
Amelie? Are you in here?
Amelie's waiting for you. From somewhere hidden in the darkness, a fragile melody filled the air. Almost instantly, Sophia turned towards the sound and began to follow. Lilica sped up enough to walk beside her. Isn't this great? You like Amelie, don't you? Don't you want to make her happy? She would be ecstatic for you to stay forever. So why don't we help her to be happy forever? She offered no answer. They entered the room together. In the center of the room, surrounded by candles, Amelie sat. Her skirt fanned out around her. Spread out over the floor were piles of letters. Upon closer inspection, each was filled with words that had been crossed out and signed with "Yours, Marion."
Amelie? Amelie, are you awake?
Her eyes were shut tight, yet her hands moved enough to play the sorrowful tune.
Please listen to me, Amelie. Lilica is... She isn't...
I'm not what? You're going to leave her, aren't you? Lilica shut the door, dragging the heavy lock across. In response, Sophia rushed backwards and tried the handle to no avail. Amelie's eyes finally opened. In place of her usual golden eyes was a glare of deep red.
Amelie, snap out of it! Please, snap out of it!
You want to take her away?
Amelie, please!
One at a time, Lilica blew out the candles on the floor. The room was plunged into darkness. Amelie fell forward, her body exhausted. It's nice to meet you, Sophia. I'm sure we're going to have a fun time living together. Since you'll be staying with us after all, right?
Lilica, could you pass the sugar?
Of course, Amelie. With a smile, Lilica pushed the sugar across the table towards Amelie. She picked up the teaspoon and dropped a single cube of sugar into her tea.
Would you like one, Lilica?
No, thank you. Just being around you makes my tea sweet enough.
And you, Sophia? You're awfully quiet today. I'll just give you one.
Next to Amelie sat Sophia. Perfect and pristine. To Amelie's eyes, at least. But Lilica saw the truth. Her flesh convulsed and pulsated, and her eyes bulged from what was once her head. The shape of Sophia was gone, and in its place was a mound of a person who used to be. Lilica smiled. You know she likes sugar in her tea. There's no need to ask.
You're right. I'm so happy. Sophia, Lilica, you are both so important to me. Thank you for being by my side.
Anytime. Isn't that right, Sophia? From now on, it's just the three of us.
The three of us were one big happy family. Forever. Sighed. Lilica, 3 out of 3. The three of us.
Woo! Boy!
Man, she basically was like, yeah, nah. Excuse me. Thing is, though, we didn't really get a choice, did we? Let's see. Yeah, we only got 1 out of 3 here. But we did do this, so I wonder if we went back here. No, we can't. I'm moving up. Okay, I thought I was like, okay. Well, let me see. No. Let's see. Well, we did get these two. Maybe if we don't do anything here? Alright, let's try this. No. Load. Load. Not save. Yeah, let's try. Alright. Let's not sever her fate then. Let's see. Deny her fate. Okay, so this is different. She doesn't belong to you. Let's see.
Good night, Amelie. Tomorrow, everything will be better. So sleep well. Lilica steeled her resolve and stepped out of the bedroom. She first went back to the guest room and put her ear to the door. No sounds could be heard from behind it. Oh! Then she noticed something. Someone else, walking down the hallway unsteadily. Lilica followed closely behind. Through the darkness, the other person was only a shadow, their features obscured and hidden. The sound of her light steps on the old wooden floorboards mixed in with the rain that was still raging just outside those walls. The kitchen was by the stairwell. That's right, by the stairwell. But you aren't going to the kitchen, are you? Hand-painted portraits were lined up in rows on either side of the hall. It seemed as if their eyes moved to follow Lilica's every move. Sophia stared up the grand staircase. She seemed as if she were entranced with each and every step. They're waiting for you. Those two people. They're calling for you. Go on. Go to them. Sophia's unsteady hand reached for the banister. Her ascent was slow and careful, her eyes fixed on that door. That special door. That room where the maid had met her end, and her most hated person rested beside her. That room where she had made a promise to the person she loved. Lilica needed only to reach into the kitchen to procure the item that was waiting for her. Had been waiting for her all this time, since Sophia had arrived. A knife with dark, aged stains over the blade and hilt. Long had it sat there, festering, waiting. Desperate for more blood. Like a hunter stalking her prey, Lilica followed behind Sophia, the knife gripped tightly in her hand. The two stood side by side, staring at the door to the master bedroom. It was shut tight, as it had been for countless years. Sophia trembled. With a smile, Lilica reached over to give her arm a squeeze. Go on. You want to know the truth, don't you? You can hear their voices. I'll allow you this much. With a careful motion, Sophia pushed the door open. All at once, countless memories came flooding back, of love, hope, of the future, and of death. Sophia disappeared into the dark room, the only light being a candle she carried in her hand. A family of mice ran out from the room and down the stairs. The taste of freedom was oh so sweet, for them. For them. More quiet than the mice that had escaped, Lilica followed Sophia into the room. Wax dripped from the burning candle onto the wooden floor. She trembled as she reached a shaky hand to the bed. And at the same moment, Lilica swung the door closed behind them, and the room plunged into darkness. But that darkness didn't matter to Lilica. Not to she, who knew this room like the back of her hand. Amelie? Is that you? Amelie isn't here to save you. Sophia's eyes searched the room to no avail. I'm sorry I came in here after you asked me not to. I'll just go now, okay? The pale-haired woman fell back onto the bed before she had a moment to react. The yellowed bones of the lord of the manor and the maid rattled underneath her, flesh long deteriorated.
Wait, what? Wait a minute. I thought the lady of the house was in the bed with him, not the maid. Oh, maybe that explains it. Like, maybe, like, her bot, like, how do I put this? Maybe, like, the lady of the house, like, after the maid died, like, went downstairs into the kitchen where she killed herself, but that doesn't explain what happened to her body. Not in... Wait a minute. Hold up. Is that the reason why Lilica looks different? She somehow took the lady's form? I don't know. Well, actually, no, that couldn't be. Because Lilica has blonde hair and Amelie's mother Marion had brown hair. I don't fucking know.
Lilica smiled. How long it has been since I last saw myself truly.
What?
And she screams. It looks like we're finally meeting, Sophia. With a leg on either side of her, Lilica held Sophia down to the bed, still smiling. She tried to squirm, to escape, to run free. Her eyes were filled with terror. You won't take her away from me. Sophia's scream became a muffled cry, before finally extinguishing fully. Finally. My lady, did you see? Are you watching? I've saved her. I've saved Amelie. Only when Lilica tried to stand did she notice it. An aged bone poking out from her stomach. Dark liquid dripped out from around it. With a slight frown, Lilica pulled it free. It's okay. It'll be okay. Lilica closed her eyes. I'm just a little tired. I'll just sleep for a bit. Her eyes grew heavy. So heavy. So heavy that the only option would be to sleep at this very moment. How could you do that? Lilica, why? Why? Why would you hurt Amelie like that? Why did you kill Amelie? Ah! Her eyes opened with a start, her heart racing faster than it had ever raced before. The room seemed to be spinning, and her head throbbing. Then she saw it. Lying on the bed, between the two skeletons, was the body of a young woman. A young woman with long brown hair. Her dress was stained red. Amelie. No, that's not... Who did this? Who? Sophia? Amelie, wake up! Wake! She blinked, and the young woman below her disappeared. Oh, whoops. In her place, Sophia appeared. The room was still dark. Not even a drop of sunlight peeked through the covered windows. What a cruel trick of the eyes. She stepped out from the master bedroom just as Amelie did the same, right next door.
Good morning, Lilica. I was just on my way to see if Sophia has awakened yet.
Amelie. Sophia disappeared during the night. I believe she went to the same place your parents went.
What? That cannot be right.
Don't run, Amelie. Amelie dashed down the hall and knocked quickly on the door to the guest bedroom, which fell open with no resistance. Inside, the bedding was disheveled, and her luggage was strewn about.
It's not true. She wouldn't just leave without saying goodbye.
Dearie me, I'm sorry. I told you it was a bad idea for anyone to visit, didn't I?
Oh, Lilica, this isn't fair. I thought she said we would.
There. Come here. Lilica wrapped her thin arms around the young woman, gently patting her on the back. See, you shouldn't depend on anyone else. I'm here. I won't ever leave you. Amelie clutched at her back, tears already falling from her eyes. We'll be together forever. Oh! Amelie froze in Lilica's arms before pulling back completely.
What happened to your face?
Oh, dear Lord, the game does not... Okay. Oh, the game did not like that at all. Oh, the game does not... The game... OBS did not like that at all. Uh-oh. Oh, we're gonna need to get through this quick. I think my game's crashing.
My face. Lilica's hands went to her face instantly.
Oh my god. Can I literally not... Uh-oh. Oh, that's an issue. So it turns out every time I try to click back into the game, the stream has a meltdown. Oh no. Problem is, I don't know if I can play this with a controller. Oh boy, I don't know if I can play this with a controller though. I don't think it's controller except... Oh dear. Okay, oh god. I'm gonna try. That's an issue. That is an issue. Damn, I don't think this game... Dude, what the fuck? Okay. Well, we're gonna try. We are gonna try if I can play... I just need to get through this scene. I just need to get through this scene. Wow, it has been a long time since I busted out my controller. We're gonna try. We're gonna see. I doubt it's gonna work, because honestly, I don't know why you would need a controller for a visual novel, but whatever. We're gonna try. I'm gonna need to move my PC a little bit here. Oh my god, I cannot fucking see. There's so much shit in the way here. Chotomate. Oh my god, where is the fucking port? Oh my god, this is a pain in the ass. I'm trying to get in here. Where the fuck is the port for this? I cannot fucking see. God. There we go, Jesus. I had to like flip my PC around. Alright, let's see, can this work? Dude, my chat went... Oh! Are we good? Okay. Let's see. I don't think it's gonna work, because I'm pressing the A button. It's not working. Oh my god, I went through all that trouble for nothing. Alright, that's fine. Okay, well, that's an issue. Because I gotta get through this. But, that's an issue. Because every time I try to click back on the game... Oh, God. Every time I try to click back on the game, everything freezes. So, I gotta figure out something real quick. By the way, I'm moving stuff around because I had to, like, figure out how to get the controller in there. I'm so sorry. Well, this is an issue. I wonder if, like... I wonder if I made the game smaller, like... Oh, God. There we go. Hopefully that's good. I wonder if I, like, make the game window smaller. If that'll work. I don't think that worked at all. I think it just made it worse. Well, this is an issue. Because I have to get through this in order to progress with the story, but unfortunately the game is just gonna crash. And I messed up my game window for this as well. Okay, I think what we're gonna do is, unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to show you guys the game. So we're gonna have to be on the loading screen for a little bit. But, I'm gonna just try my best to get through this. So I am so sorry if, So what I'm planning on doing is, like, you guys aren't gonna see the game. And I think OBS is gonna have a fucking freak out as soon as I click back on the game window. But I'm just gonna try my best to get through this, so, yeah, let's just... Oh god, this is gonna be a pain in the ass trying to do this. Well, actually, okay, let me try something. Alright. Okay, let's just, I'm gonna try something. It's gonna be really annoying, but hopefully it'll only be for this scene. Alright. Is something wrong? Amelie's expression had darkened, her mouth shut firmly in a line. My... face. Pulling a small mirror from her pocket, Lilica finally saw it. A black void of nothingness where her face should have been. Ellipses. She turned and ran, down the hall and up the stairs, before Lilica could even call out after her. The void seemed to seep out from her very skin, oozing, leaking out from...
the wound at her stomach.
Sorry, I'm basically like having to click back into the window just to progress the, you know, the dialogue, the narration. I'm not having a great time here. I also don't know how I had this sized originally. That disease-ridden hag! Amelie, wait! It's okay! Everything will be
Lilika's hand that reached out towards Amelie fell to her side. At the top of the staircase, in this manner in the middle of a field, far out in the countryside, Amelie stood in an open doorway. A doorway that hadn't been opened to her in more years than she could a doorway that hadn't been opened to her in more years than she could truly imagine. And inside, she witnessed a sight she never should have. Her eyes, hollow, and her body, petrified.
So... yeah...
Amelie, this isn't...
Stay away from me!
Her long brown hair cascaded out around her as Amelie rushed into her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Lilika rushed up the staircase, banging her fists against the locked door.
Amelie! Amelie! This is all a misunderstanding! She wanted to hurt you! I've saved you!
She fell to her knees, her fists still pounding on the wooden door. A muffled sob came from within, then silence.
Oh my god.
The void surrounded Lilika, flowing from her wound and wrapping itself around her body. She curled into a ball. The sound of a chair hitting the ground inside the bedroom was the last sound Lilika heard before her eyes closed, and she became one with the void.
I just earned an achievement for some reason! Are we good? Okay. Whew. Sighed Lilika 2 out of 3, one with the void. Oh, okay. We're good. We're good. Okay, that's good. Alright, I gotta figure out how to resize this again. There we go. I think that's how it was. Okay. Oh. Dude, that literally almost killed the stream. That literally almost killed the stream. That little scene almost killed the entire stream. Like, it felt like I was back playing Phoenix Wright again, except that one I could play with a controller. But yeah, I had to, but yeah, the thing is, I had to keep, like, clicking in and out of the game window to progress the story and to make it so before I got more dropped frames. Like, y'all, I'm being so serious when I say that scene was causing my internet to just explode. Oof, that was not good. But okay. I don't imagine, yeah. So we have one more left, right? So I guess the only thing is like, it would be here. Alright, well, let's skip this. Uh... Let's also not do anything here. There we go. Okay. Allow her fate. Okay. So this is new. Ellipses. As her hand rested against the door, a sudden pang went through Lilica's cold heart. She is important to you, isn't she?
Of course. Her words have always been something that have brightened my day.
Even if she were to leave?
Leave? Well, I believe she'll leave eventually, Lilica. There's little choice, really. All I can do is hope she'll visit again.
I see. Good night, Amelie. Sleep well. Whatever Amelie said in reply was lost in the darkness as Lilica stepped out of the bedroom. God, I'm trying to, like, push my PC back, because I had to, really push it. I really had to, like, pull it out. Alright. As she left the room, she noticed it. A dark shadow stalking through the night, slowly creeping through the hall. Lilica frowned. My lady, you must forgive me. I've rarely seen Amelie so happy. But she cannot stay. No, she must leave immediately, and I will make her. She stood on the grand staircase, outlined in the moon's glow. Sophia, you can't see me, can't hear me, but you can sense me, can you not? The shadow paused, her eyes going up to the staircase. There, she saw a shadow warp strangely across the carpeted steps. You will leave this place immediately, and you will never come back.
Lilica?
The blonde girl pushed a vase from a step, and it crashed to the ground below, smashing into tiny pieces. Sophia jumped in response, a shiver running down her spine. I won't warn you again. Leave. Slowly and unsteadily, Sophia crept up the stairs, until her face was almost close enough to touch Lilica's. Is that you, Lilica? In a small motion, Lilica dropped something from her sleeve. It clattered to the ground at Sophia's feet. She gripped at her shirt even more tightly. This is your last chance. I don't care whether you live or die. This is only a favor to Amelie. As if her nerves had finally got the best of her, Sophia turned on the spot and ran. Back down the staircase and into the dark hall. Lilica followed behind her, slamming doors and knocking things down to the ground. Sophia, too scared to even turn around, ran as fast as her legs would take her until she reached the front door. Instead of being locked and closed up tightly, it sat open, as if waiting for her to leave. She didn't waste even a single second more. And she was gone. She's gone. Gone. I did it! Amelie, I did it!
You did what? Wait a minute, you did what? Did you?
This isn't what it looks like, Amelie. Please, listen to me.
Did you force her to leave?
No,
I'm going after her!
Lilica jumped in front of the door, arms spread wide. You can't!
Why?
It is unsafe to do so. You belong here, with me, together.
I've had enough of this and that being unsafe. Lilica, either you move to the side, or any friendship I thought we had is gone.
Lilica wavered. Her arms, which had held such conviction, began to droop.
I have always done what's best for you, have I not? All of this time, have I not remained at your side? Please, trust me. I only did what I had to do.
So this is what you've decided. Don't come near me again.
Amelie turned her back on the blonde-haired woman, who dropped to her knees as she watched her leave.
Amelie.
Good night, Lilica.
Darkness filled every inch of her brain. A voice screamed out from inside of her, mocking her.
This isn't right. My lady, this isn't right. Didn't I do the right thing? I let her go. I did her a favor. But Amelie is upset.
Her lady offered her no answer.
Is this punishment? For not doing as you wished? Sophia should have died. She should have died. Should have died. Died. But now she is alive, and Amelie is angry.
In that dark room, all alone, Lilica clutched onto something. Something she kept hidden in a closet, away from any prying eyes. She held it tighter. Its green dress fell apart at her touch. Marian's.
Can't you make this all better again? Can't we make her forget?
Her forehead fell down and rested against the other person's shoulder. They remained silent, as they had been for many long years.
I'm sorry. I'll make it all better. We can make her forget, can't we? Can't we start again? Just like before. We can start again.
Lilica stood, placing the skeleton of her lady carefully back in the closet.
Wow, Also, that's what happened to her body. It's in the fucking closet. Keep waiting for me. I promise. I'll make everything right again. Let's start again, Amelie. You and me. Forever.
Lilica walked into the room, holding a tray carefully in her hands. On it sat a teapot and 2 cups.
Amelie, I've brought the tea.
Excellent! It smells delicious.
Amelie smiled brightly, filling Lilica with happiness in return.
Lilica, may I ask you something?
Of course.
I found this letter by the front door. Do you know where it came from?
Amelie held out an envelope. The front was blank.
How strange. Perhaps it was delivered here by accident.
Lilica took it from her and opened it. At the bottom, it was signed, "Yours always, Sophia."
Yes, it seems to be for someone else. I'll mail this back, yes?
Thank you, Lilica. I appreciate it.
Finished with her tea, Amelie stood first and left the room. Lilica smiled. From under the table, she pulled out a stack of envelopes that seemed to match the one Amelie had given to her. And all at once, she threw them into the fireplace.
Goodbye, Sophia.
Goodbye, Sophia. Your letter is now a dusting of ash.
Man, she is fucking crazy. Lilica
Goodbye, Sophia. This is hella unhealthy, by the way.
Is this really okay? What about the future? Should you
Try again?
Well, yes. Like, come on, we gotta get these two together. Alright, we're gonna save here. By the way, we're close to the end. That's why I haven't taken a break.
The room was dark. Amelie had long gone to bed, leaving Sophia alone in her room. She ducked her head under the cover and pulled out her phone. Excuse me, still dead. Sophia clutched it to her chest. What do I do? What exactly is going on here? Sophia's body stiffened up. Her back was to the door, but her mind screamed not to turn around. Footsteps crept closer. Closer and closer, until... Stay away from me! Ah! Sophia threw her bedding at the approaching person and jumped to her feet, ready to run. But the person she saw collapse to the ground was not the person she was expecting. Oh my gosh, Amelie! I'm so sorry! Sophia knelt down, quickly helping the brown-haired girl to her feet.
It's quite all right. I didn't mean to scare you. I apologize.
No, it's my fault. I'm too jumpy. I'm glad you're here. I'm really glad you're here. Sophia's arms draped over Amelie's shoulders, and she pulled her in tight. Amelie froze for just a moment before she melted into the embrace.
I'm here. But is everything all right?
No, I don't think everything is all right.
What could be the matter?
Amelie, my phone died as soon as my cab approached your house. Do you see? She pulled out her phone, showing her the black screen.
What exactly is that?
Huh? My mobile. Amelie picked it up curiously, turning it in her hands. You've never seen a phone?
What is it used for?
For texting, making calls, playing games, those kinds of things?
Amazing.
Amelie, what year is it?
What year? Why do you ask?
Please.
1665, of course.
Sophia took a step back from Amelie.
What is it?
Amelie, This makes no sense. Lilica, this house, you? Amelie, it's 2021.
What? Sophia, that's preposterous.
Oh my god. She fell back onto the bed, her legs not able to hold her up any longer. Oh my god, Amelie, you're not joking. You're really...
Are you feeling unwell? Maybe you need to get some rest after all.
Amelie, please listen to me. Out there, the world has changed. We have phones, cars, computers. We don't need a husband. We don't need permission to buy a house. You can go to school, get a job, do whatever you want. I know I probably sound crazy to you right now, but please, please, I'm telling you the truth.
You're trying to tell me that nearly 400 years have passed and I've been stuck here? How would that even be possible?
I don't know. Amelie, how long have we been writing to each other?
Well, I don't know.
It's been 5 years.
I need to find Lilica. She'll know what's going on here.
No, wait! You can't ask Lilica.
Why not?
I can't see Lilica, Amelie. I haven't seen her once.
But she's been here from the start.
I've only seen you in this house. Amelie, something is going on within this house that has kept you stuck here, and I think she's the one that's done it to you.
That can't be true.
Then why don't we find out, together?
How?
The master bedroom. Lilica was the one who said you couldn't enter, wasn't she? Wasn't she? Please. Sophia reached out her hand carefully. Amelie stared at it, unsure, before deciding to take it.
I don't understand what's going on, but I trust you. Let's go.
The hallway was still dark, with no sign of Lilica anywhere. If she appears, then tell me, okay?
Okay.
Hand in hand, the two walked quickly through the hall and up the staircase. There they stood in front of the master bedroom, side by side. Their hands were sweaty. No matter what's in here, I'll be by your side, okay? Amelie offered no words, instead just squeezing Sophia's hand gently. And at that, Sophia pushed the door open. Just like the rest of the house, the room was dark and quiet. Only the moon shining in from the dirty window guided the two in. It smelled musty, as if they were in a tomb only just uncovered, not a bedroom. They crept closer and closer to the bed. It was surrounded completely by the canopy, keeping whatever was inside hidden. With a shaky hand, Sophia reached towards the light velvet. At once, the truth came into view. Amelie gasped and almost fell to her knees, but Sophia's hand kept her steady. I'm sorry, Amelie.
But they left. They left only a few weeks ago.
It looks like they've been gone for a very long time. Amelie, I know this is hard to believe. I find it just as hard to believe as you do. Please, we have to leave this house. Now, before Lilica finds us.
She knew.
I think that you've been bound to this house by her. We need to find a way to leave.
Okay.
The two only got halfway down the stairs when Amelie grounded to a halt. Sophia turned to look at her, her eyes wide in surprise, only to see that Amelie's expression was one of immense fear.
Lilica.
What are you two doing out of bed?
Lilica,
So, you went in there? She nodded upstairs.
You lied to me.
Only to keep you happy. Happiness with lies as their foundation isn't true happiness. And why not? We've been perfectly happy here, for longer than you've even existed. And you come along and... I'm sorry. Amelie, I'm so sorry. Lilica burst into tears, wiping at her eyes with her sleeve in a desperate attempt to stop them from overflowing.
Lilica.
Wait, Amelie, don't! Amelie took a step towards Lilica, as if to comfort her. Please don't leave, Amelie. Can't we stay here together? Amelie, she's lying to you. She wants to keep you trapped here. Please.
But...
Please. Amelie! Sophia pulled on Amelie's arm, forcing her to turn to face her. Amelie's eyes were filled with confusion. I know you two have been together for a long time. I know. I know I can't compete with that, but I want to give you the life you deserve. You deserve to be free, to live, to experience everything you've missed out on. Not be stuck in time here forever. And the truth is, We got another kith. Whatever words were coming next were lost before they were even spoken, as Sophia leant forward and placed a gentle kiss against Amelie's lips. The cries from below extinguished in an instant as Lilica watched on in horror. But just for a moment, the rest of the world melted away, and all that existed were the two of them. Amelie and Sophia. And she's kissing back! Amelie closed her eyes. The sensation was new and foreign, yet not unwanted. Butterflies were let loose in both of their stomachs. Where they connected, heat spread throughout their bodies. And then Sophia pulled away. The truth is, Amelie, I've liked you for a very long time. And even if you don't like me back, I want to help you. I want to help you live again. Amelie, don't listen to her.
Okay.
A decisive smile came to Sophia's lips. She had no time to dwell on the sudden kiss, nor her confession that would usually make her feel so nervous she'd be sick. All she had time for was to escape. Her eyes went down the hall, where an enraged Lilica stood in their path. The windows were bolted down, unable to be opened. There was nowhere at all to escape. That is, except... Do you trust me?
I do.
Sophia didn't need any more of a confirmation. With Amelie in hand, she turned, ran, and jumped. Fuck that stained glass window! The glass shattered as the two girls hit it hard. They fell, surrounded by the shards, until they hit the ground below. The moon shone from high above, shielded away by the storm that never seemed to end. Amelie, are you okay?
Yes, I think so.
Sophia rushed to Amelie's side, quickly helping her to sit up. Side by side, they looked up at the remains of the stained glass window. Lilica stood, completely still. I can see her.
I'm sorry, Lilica, but...
Lilica just shook her head. She grasped at her throat with her hand, and her lips moved, but no sound came out. Giving up, she looked back at Amelie, holding eye contact. Her expression wasn't angry anymore. It was just sad. She lifted her hand and waved, a slow and small motion, before she crumbled to dust on the wind. Oh. It stopped.
Lilica.
It seems it wasn't you bound to this house by her, but the other way around.
What am I meant to do now?
Amelie, you're free. You can do whatever you wish. Sophia, exhausted, once again wrapped her arms around Amelie, who returned the gesture almost immediately. There, they embraced under the now free moon. In this manner, in the middle of a field, far out in the countryside, a curse was broken. A young woman freed. What her future held wasn't certain. After all, the future never is. But she made her decision on that fateful night. To trust in the future, to trust in herself. No matter what.
Hey. Yuri Atelier. That's funny. Whew. Oh, my back. Man, I told y'all this would be a lot shorter of a game. You know what sucks is that when I got the achievement for the void ending, let's just say, I couldn't see what it said because I was like trying my best to switch in between the windows so it didn't break OBS. Hey! After credit scene. Amelie, I'm back from my class.
Sophia, quick, come here.
Is something the matter?
No, look.
Amelie held a phone screen up to Sophia, who just laughed in response. You got a 5-star character in that game you like? Oh no! No! Who hooked Amelie up to gotchas?
Isn't it amazing? All I had to do was insert the numbers on that card you gave me!
No! The gotchas! No!
The future truly is astounding.
She's like, damn it. We'll talk about it later. Oh, what's this?
I'm not sure. It was slipped under the door while you were out.
A plain white envelope sat on the coffee table. Nothing on it identified who sent it, or who it was addressed to. With little concern, Sophia opened it and pulled out a letter. But the words may as well have been a different language, as she could not read them. Her eyes went straight to the name at the bottom of the page. Future, we're free at last, right? Oh! Yours, Lilica. Oh, that's not good!
Oh, that's not good! I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just Lilica sending a letter to make sure that her pseudo-daughter is fine, she's doing okay, she's happy. Maybe it doesn't mean she's back to kill Sophia. But yeah, that was Amelie. 4 hours and I didn't take a break. I mean, to be fair, I was thinking that, like, oh, maybe I should take a break at the 2-hour mark. But then I saw that, like, we had, like, what's the word? Not the word, like, but then I saw that, I was like, oh, we have Lilica here. Maybe if we just skip, you know, but yeah, it's fine. But yeah, but yeah, I knew this was gonna be a shorter game than Start Again. Alright. Oh, my nose. And the game is froze. It's fine. Whew. Okay. Close the chat. Oh, man. It sucks that I have, like, 386 drop frames. But again, most of that was just because of the fucking void. And, of course, the water. God, I wonder how far that set me back. In regards to, the man. Again, like, I'm gonna tell, I don't think, you know what's funny? I don't think it was so much my internet that, like, had an issue. Really? Come on. I don't think it was so much my internet that had an issue with, with that one scene. I think it was just, like, I think it was just the encoding. Like, I think my think my PC was just having, like, a rough time trying to, like... You know, I've been hearing a term that I think might be happening every time, like, the encoding happens. Every time the encoding overload warning happens. And it's something, like, of, what is it called? Is it leaking? RAM leaking? Leaking RAM? Overflow? No. It's something. It's something. I remember that. Oh, my nose. Alright, let me get the music up. But yeah, I remember there being a term that I think is supposed to explain the reason why the encoding stuff happens, basically, because I think it basically has to do with, I guess, like, when you're running out of RAM, and it's just, they call it leaking, I think. Which, you know, I don't know the technical know-how for it, but I think that's it. And it wouldn't surprise me, like, again, I don't understand how the fuck that managed to affect my connection to the, to the stream, but it did, and the stream almost disconnected because of it. I'm not gonna lie, like, I thought that maybe, like, shrinking the game window would help. It didn't. It just didn't. Sorry, I'm currently taking a look at the time here. Because whenever I have the encoding overload stuff, it does take my video back quite a bit. Whoa. Okay, that actually took a whole minute. Okay, so that helps a lot, actually. Because I remember the time that I set this at, and that took over a minute to update. So that tells me right there that yeah. But whew, I need to get up. I need to stretch. I need to stand up. But oh, my back. But yeah, that was, I will say I don't remember I don't remember Amelie being that dark, I guess. I don't remember it being that dark and all that, especially with the fucking, like the funny thing is, I remember the potential romantic relationship between Lilica and Amelie's mother, Marion. I remember that. And the funny thing is, I remember the fucking skeleton in the dress. I do have to wonder, though, like, what was it with the void ending? You know, because it was stated that Lilica had apparently stabbed herself, but how was that possible? Considering that she's a ghost, and then of course she became one with the void. By the way, I also didn't comment on it because I was just like too busy freaking out over like, I gotta make sure that the stream doesn't disconnect. Amelie committed suicide in that scene! I mean, which makes sense because it's like, you know, the girl that she liked died, was killed by Lilica, and Lilica, you know, obviously was the one who killed her. and all that. Like, like basically, I think to Amelie, it's like, yeah, she basically had nothing left to live for. But still, it's like, ooh. And Lilica basically had to listen to her daughter kill herself. Which is dark. But, yeah, that was a short visual novel. I mean, hell, it was definitely shorter than, Start Again. But, yeah, that was actually kind of fun to do. Like, there's something, like, I think I've said this before, was like, there's something about voicing villain slash antagonist that is so fun. Especially for her, because it's like, especially for Lilica, because it's like, I mean, I wouldn't classify her as a, I wouldn't classify her as a yandere per se, because, I mean, yandere is like, are, you know, I mean, how do I put this? I mean, yanderes are mainly classified by their romantic love, right? For the person they're obsessed with, right? However, you know, Lilica doesn't love Amelie like that. You know, she loves her very much, again, like almost to the point of obsession. But it was mainly, but it's not romantic, it's more, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Would you say familial? I wouldn't, it doesn't feel wholly familial. Like, I think it's more so just like, I don't know. Like, I think it does make sense that she would probably see her as her daughter, considering, you know, Amelie was Marion's treasure, and Lilica promised to keep her safe for the woman she loved. Which is fine. But but the thing is that, like, she took it way too far, to the point that she was actively smothering Amelie. You know? And even then, it's like, how is she gonna explain to her, how is she gonna keep explaining to her why her parents weren't coming home? So, there's that whole bit. I mean, I do wonder, maybe, like, the reason why Lilica looked different was because, like, maybe it's just the idea, maybe it's, like, the idea, because, like, if Lilica is supposed to be Amelie's best friend, maybe her appearance changed so that she's more closer in age to Amelie. Does that make sense? I don't know. Like, I think that's probably something that might be implied rather than outright stated or confirmed. But, but yeah, so, and then Sophia, like, again, I still think it is a little weird. Again, I think the most, I don't want to say the most weird moment, but I think obviously, like, the moment with the letters is just like, whoa, that's going a little too far, isn't it, honey? Again, it is crazy that you will see your daughter's love letters to another girl and then snatch them so that you can cross out the names and replace them with your own. Like, that is so fucking crazy. That is some obsession level stuff. Although I wonder if that's maybe to suggest that, I mean, consider, I don't know, how do I put this? I mean, considering how I thought the mother died, you know, which was that, like, when Lilica killed herself, Marion I thought she died of the sickness right there, and that her body was in the bed with her husband, you know, but instead it's Lilica, which is crazy. Why? And then Marion killed herself downstairs. I wonder if that is supposed to, like, I'm wondering if the letters maybe are to suggest that maybe, just maybe, that Lilica and Marion weren't in a romantic relationship or had an affair going on, but it's also like, I mean, I feel like that scene in the beginning, I don't know, I feel like that wouldn't be a lie, you know? I don't know. Maybe it's possible it's a lie considering it's from Lilica's POV, and she pretty much showed that she's not mentally all there. But I guess we won't know for sure. Like, it actually would be crazy if it turned out that maybe Lilica killed Marion. And just pretended that it was Marion killing herself, but I don't think that's possible. I don't know, there's definitely some fuckery going about. But it is crazy that, like, because there was also the whole thing of the spell that, you know, that helped Lilica essentially become a ghost that was only visible to Amelie, and then kept Amelie alive for 4 centuries. Like, that's almost half a millennium, y'all. And it definitely, like, screwed with Amelie's perception of reality, because, you know, when we were in her route, you know, she was perceiving the house around her as being, like, you know, of the 1660s, right? Like, it looked new to her. However, to Sophia and Lilica, it looked exactly how it would be if, you know, if it was 4 centuries later. You know, and of course, in the ending, where Sophia was a doll, pretty much, like, Amelie wasn't able to perceive that Sophia was dead. Like, she saw her probably as she was, and considering how long she had been dead, it's probable that, like, that even her sense of smell was, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think her senses were definitely altered so that it wouldn't be so much of a shock. You know? And I think at the end, right, when Sophia opened the letter, I don't know, like, again, I know it says, like, you know, from Lilica. Again, I like to think that since Amelie, like, Lilica let Amelie leave, right? I think in that moment, I like to think it was her maybe being like, listen, I'm still basically kind of like decided to give Sophia, you know, a scare, being like, yeah, I'm still around, bitch. But I think it's more so like, her just wanting to make sure, you know, her just probably warning Sophia, like, you better take good care of her, otherwise I'm gonna come back and kill you, or something like that. And you know what? It's probably for the best that the game ended with that little snippet into their lives, because, like, do you realize, because when you think about it, it's like, oh boy, there probably had to be a lot of work, you know, trying to explain to Amelie what the future is like now, and then, like, having to make up paperwork for her, because, you know, she technically doesn't exist, so... Oh, man. You know what's funny? I think because I was so tired by the end of last stream, I forgot to explain the story of Start Again, because I feel like that might be a little confusing. But I also feel like it's awkward to explain that in a different VOD, so... Hopefully you guys can figure it out, because I pretty much did. Yeah, man, I will say I'm surprised that I was able to get through this whole thing without an intermission. I genuinely thought I was gonna get one, especially... But again, like, by the time we got to the halfway point, quote-unquote, at the 2-hour mark, you know, again, we only really had Lilica left, and I was like, surely we'll get through this one in quick time. It's fine though. Anyway, I'm currently just like, standing up, stretching my legs. I actually had to move the mic, I had to tilt the mic up a little bit so it could better capture my voice. Anyway, some of you might be wondering, like, oh, when's the next stream? Okay, so we have maybe one more stream left for this month. I say maybe because, the last game I have left for Prime Month is the last of the portfolio for 2.5 Studios that isn't the Divine Speaker, because I can't it's not so much I can't play that game, it's more so like, I need to know where the hell the sex scenes are, so that if and when I do decide to play it up for stream, I'm not gonna get flagged, because God forbid I show cock. Again, I'm already playing with fire by the accidental nip slip for Katawa Shoujo, so it would suck if... Sorry. But the game I'm talking about is called Dreambound. Now, here's the thing. Unlike Amelie and Start Again, where I did at least watch playthroughs of those two games, Dreambound is going to be completely new to me. Completely new to me. So I have no idea what I'm going to be getting myself into when I play that. The only thing I know about it is that it's another BL visual novel, so it's like, cool, great, fantastic, we need more of those on this channel. 2, I think if I remember the synopsis right, I think it's supposed to be like, we're trying to solve a murder. So it's a murder mystery thing, which, you know, I'm always a fan of. You know, I mean, I'm a true crime fan, it's fine. But I'm assuming with the title being Dreambound, right, that, like, dreams are most likely gonna be involved in some way. Like, maybe we're gonna be doing some Inception shit, or, like, dream walking, who knows? And as for the BL elements, well, I don't know that for sure. I don't know what that means. Like, are we a detective and our love interest is gonna be the killer? Or is it gonna be, like, maybe, like, it feels weird to say a buddy cop thing, when it's like, maybe not. But is it gonna be our partner, or is it gonna be something else? Like, who knows? It would actually be crazy if it turned out to be the victim and his killer. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that there's been, like, some BL featuring that kind of toxicity. I mean, everybody loves the pairing of, like, you know, the serial killer ex-detective, homicide detective, right? You know, so, I mean, it can't be that much crazier than having the victim fall in love with his murderer or something like that. I think my phone was like, shut the fuck up, Airi. Oh, that's just nothing. But, we'll see. I'll be looking up the synopsis, when we get closer to next week. Speaking of which, let me sit down for a moment, just so I can get the calendar up. Okay. Let me get the calendar up. So, Dreambound stream is going to be on the 28th of June, so next Sunday at 8 p.m. CST, as always. Again, I don't know how long this is going to be. I have a feeling that we're going to be dealing with puzzles, so that's going to make the stream even longer. But, yeah, I'm not completely confident that we're gonna, like, finish Dreambound within one stream. It's probably good. It might be 2. Again, we'll see when we get to it eventually. But, yeah, so that was Amelie. Hope you all enjoyed it. I mean, it was fun. A little dark, but fun. And yeah, so we'll be starting up Dreambound, the last game for Pride Month this year, next Sunday, 8 p.m. CST. And I think with that, I think it's about time we start wrapping up. Because we've been on this screen for almost 20 minutes, so... Thank you all for joining me tonight. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And I hope to see you all next time. So until then, have a good night, a good week. Happy Pride as always. And please stay safe. Be careful out there. And, you know, things are rough. Things are not going super well, but you just gotta find joy. You just gotta find a little bit of joy in these times. As many people would say, these are the dark times. But, yeah, so just try to find joy and just in the little things, and what's the phrase? And just, look out for each other, support each other, and hopefully we'll be able to get through these, you know, if not a little battered, we'll get through these okay. And with that, good night, everybody.